Good morning, everybody. How is everybody the morning after? Are we having fun yet? Jacob, take care. Have a safe trip to work. Anybody watch the debate last night? Randy Beamer will be in at 6 o'clock, so you get a lot of crosstalk in the breaks between me and Randy because, when it's just me in here, I get a little bored talking by myself. I like to talk to somebody. I know you guys are there. I see you guys there, but I don't hear you. I just have to read you. You know what they say, reading is fun. Demental. Whew. Yeah, it was interesting to say the least. Does everybody on the chat right now remember where you were 23 years ago this morning? It is 9/11. Because I have a story that says that I believe it's 40%. Yeah, 40%. Yeah, older people do not remember where they were on 9/11. See, everybody remembers exactly where they were. Yeah, they talked to 3,000 people in this poll, and I'm sorry, I don't know who they talked to, but that's crap. I remember exactly where I was and remember exactly what happened afterwards. And, the world changed that day. And I say it was easily. The world changed. Kemper, what's up? Having fun in Colorado, or are you back? Wow. Of course you worked hard and played hard in Vail. That's what you do, Kemper. It's what we expect from you. Wow. Were you working at Lackland? Were you in the service at Lackland, Travis? I was born at Lackland Air Force Base. I grew up over there. Grew up right down the street from Wilford Hall, right off of Military Drive. I was actually working for the Ticket at the time. I worked with Jay Howard, used to run a sports talk show, and Jay had gotten fired exactly 1 week prior to that, the day after Labor Day. So I basically was doing nothing that week, waiting for Don Harris to come over from TV because he was going to be the new sports show in the afternoon on the Ticket. So I was at a Monday night football party the night before at Tiffany Billiards up on the hill, got home late, fell asleep on the couch, woke up the next morning and popped on the TV, and it was on the Today Show. And I'm laying in there on the couch with my dog, my little dachshund, and I see the second plane fly into the tower, and I looked at her and I said, "Did you see that?" And of course, she didn't answer me. Then my phone rang. It was my neighbor, and I told him, "Look, I got to jump in the shower. I got to go to work." and I took a shower, went to work, and I was here at WOAI for 3 straight days and hardly got any sleep for those 3 days because we were going wall to wall on this. And went home and, like an idiot, turned on I believe it was CNN, and watched more coverage, and finally turned it off and went to sleep because I slept for like 18 hours. It was amazing. I'll never forget it. It was a bizarre and fascinating time, at least in the radio business. Yes. Wasn't really watching the game. I was hosting a Monday night football party, so there was other things going on. But yeah, yes, sir. Remember it not being a very good game at the time. Chiefs weren't what they were. Yeah, when I saw it fly into the building, I was just wow. And you remember the other building was already hit by the time they showed the second one, and that's when I knew something was very wrong, very, very wrong. All right, everybody, let's get it on. Good morning and welcome into the 11th day of September, Wednesday, 105 days until Christmas, 78 days until Thanksgiving, 55 days till the 2024 election, 50 days till Halloween, 43 days till ApelkaCon and 20 days till the vice presidential debate on CBS. And man, what a fiery debate last night, Charity.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, it's like night and day compared to what we saw in July between former President Trump and President Biden. I'm sure both sides are claiming victory this morning.
Oh, of course they are, because honestly, that's what you do in a debate. If you have a strong saying, you won the debate. I just wonder, was there a clear winner? I thought it was, it was a really good debate.
I think it depends on where you lean on the political aisle, but I'm wondering for those undecided voters, did that debate in itself make their decision on how they're voting in November?
That's a great point. That is a great point. And I believe that Kamala Harris's camp has challenged Donald Trump to another debate. Do you think it'll happen?
I think it needs to probably happen. If I'm with the Trump camp, I would say, you know what? We're really divided on who's the winner here. She polled very well. So did you. I think this warrants a second debate to put any doubters to rest.
And after the debate last night, Kamala Harris got I guess you would call it the biggest endorsement of all time.
And it wasn't shocking.
No,
we knew how Taylor Swift felt about the 2020 election. So no surprise, she is throwing her support behind Kamala Harris. She used her Time magazine photo in which she is cuddling her adorable fluffy cat. And she signed her post on Instagram with Taylor Swift, childless cat lady.
Yeah, Benjamin Button is her cat. Yes.
Super cute.
Yeah. Just look, I think that right there might get Donald Trump to do another debate because he's going to need some help. I mean, you talk about the Swifties coming out. Watch out.
I guess it depends on your age, but it's kind of a sad state of affairs if a celebrity who has no concept of living paycheck to paycheck and what things cost at the grocery store, what the average American is concerned about. If you're relying on a celebrity to endorse a candidate before casting your ballot, you might want to do more research.
Yeah. Yes, you might want to do more research. All right, we've got the debate covered all morning long. Randy Beamer, a longtime television superstar, joins us in the 6 o'clock hour, and he will be with us till the end of the show. But right now, traffic and weather together. Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Friday. There may be a few clouds from time to time. Otherwise, it's getting warmer. Mid-90s today and tomorrow. Upper 90s on Friday. 76 degrees in Alamo Heights. 76 in China Grove. And 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 513. And when the debate started and Kamala Harris came out and offered her hand up to Donald Trump, did you think Donald Trump was going to shake it at first, or you think he was going to walk away?
I don't think he intended on shaking her hand at all, but I think it was, in Kamala Harris's mind, a power move to initiate that handshake and go past her side of the stage into his to extend her hand. And I'm sure that was a very firm handshake.
Yes. And look, I was just surprised that it started out that way because I in my mind, picture both of them just walking up to their podium and getting ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And her coming out, sticking her hand out. It looked like he was going to go the other way and then had to stop because he realized if I don't shake her hand, I'm going to look like,
disrespectful.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you notice upon exiting, there were no handshakes, hugs, or fist bumps.
No.
They could not wait to exit that stage.
Now, that would have been cool. The fist bump would have worked. It would have worked. But one of the, highlights in my mind, because when I heard it, I was like, you got to be kidding me, is this right here.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. The people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people on television say their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Yeah, I was a little shocked by that.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying, there's no such thing as Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, stealing residents' pets or taking wildlife from parks, despite what surfaced on social media this week. I have seen some videos, including those posted by Elon Musk, showing some Springfield, Ohio residents talking about ducks being decapitated for food by these immigrants. So again, we'll have to get back with the fact checkers because it all depends on what source you look at and whether that is deemed as true or false.
Yeah, but ducks are different from pet dogs and pet cats.
You can have a pet duck.
Yeah, but if people eat ducks on a normal basis. They do. So they don't eat dogs and cats.
I hear some places in the world they eat dogs. I don't know.
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
I've heard that too. But here in the United States, we don't normally eat cats and dogs.
Mm-hmm.
But ducks do get eaten on a regular basis. And how you eat a duck is you have to take its head off.
I don't.
Just like a chicken.
I personally don't eat duck. I don't. For some reason, I'm okay with the chicken. But when it comes to the fluffy, duck, I don't know. I can't do it.
Well,
am I missing a tasty meal? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because they don't look fluffy when they're in an oven and baking them at all. They don't look fluffy at all. But yeah, I was just very surprised by that. A lot of things surprised me last night. We'll get into this all morning long. Keep it right here. WOAI News Time, 5:16. And we're back. Anybody out there eating duck? And good morning, Tim, Kemper, Rooster, Travis. Jacob is gone now, but that's okay. He's here in spirit. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, Kemper, Rooster says there's not enough time for a bachelor party. I just find that unbelievable. In this day and time, you can't make time for a bachelor party. I don't understand.
Hey, Donald Trump Jr. here. Biden is dead set to fulfill his agenda before leaving office. Translation, more money printing and soaring inflation. Is gold the answer to protect your savings and retirement? To find out, get a free info kit for first golders by texting the word EDGE to 989898. Don't let inflation wreck your IRA or 401k. Act now to secure your future. Text EDGE to the number 989898 for your free info kit for first gold.
All right, Rooster. Still think your best man's letting you down. That's all I can say, man. Best man would find a way to make a bachelor party happen. Just my thoughts. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. If you want to join the YouTube club, seems to be a little club going on. Lots of chat happening. Just go to youtube.com, search 1200 WOAI, and join the party. Looks like they're becoming friends. There's relationships happening here
Ooh.
on the chat. It's great. It's great. All right, Charity, what else is going on?
The moderators are being called the losers in last night's ABC News debate. Could this election be about the Swiftie vote, with a pop star throwing her support behind VP Kamala Harris? And a lucky Texan is $800 million richer this morning. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Friday. A few clouds you might see today, tomorrow, Friday. Highs in the mid-90s today and tomorrow, upper 90s on Friday. It is 75 degrees in Castroville, Texas, 76 at the Bun and Barrel, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 521. It was somewhat of a fiery debate last night between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. So on our Talkback feature available on that free iHeartRadio app, we want to know your thoughts on the debate last night. If there was a clear winner in your eyes, you can tell us that. And Charity, how can they do that?
The free iHeartRadio app, of course. You launch it, search 1200 WOAI, look for the red circle. That's the talkback button. Hit it. 30 seconds to sound off about the debate.
Yeah, and if you want to go ahead and throw in where you were 23 years ago, it's the 23rd anniversary. I hate to say anniversary. It's the 23rd year since 9/11 happened back in 2001. And I remember exactly where I was, but there's a new poll from YouGov that says that some of the older Americans remember it, but don't remember where they were. And I find that hard to believe.
I knew exactly where I was. It was a very traumatizing event that doesn't feel like it happened 23 years ago. It's still very fresh in my mind.
Amen to that. Very fresh in my mind as well. So overall, your thoughts on the debate last night? If you gave the debate an overall grade, Charity, what would it be?
I would give it a C, only because we didn't get much fairness from the moderators. I don't think they did a very good job of fact-checking VP Kamala Harris, but they apparently had no problem fact-checking former President Trump in real time. So that was what was frustrating. And I need clarification on this mic rule. There were several times where I heard Kamala Harris interject comments like, come on, or that's not true. And I'm like, wait, Trump is talking. Why is her mic on?
That's why I think they should just leave them on.
Yeah, well, I mean, and if you're going to make that rule, then follow it. That's why it makes the case for leaving the mics on.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can say, hey, look, she's talking right now, or he's talking right now. You need to settle down. But I'm with you. I heard, several times that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I didn't like that. I'll give it a B- overall. And like you, I was, the moderators weren't bad, but they weren't good. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Because they weren't the greatest, but it was just, it was, I give it a B-. I give it a B- overall. And I thought it was better than it was going to be.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, Kamala Harris, I think, did not damage her campaign. I think, if anything, she did better than what people expected. Now, when you get down to the facts, it might be a little bit of a different story because both candidates made incorrect statements during that debate last night. And that was what was frustrating when it came to failure to fact check both candidates from the moderators.
And one thing that frustrates me is the fact that, and both of them did it, is they never really answered a question straight out. If I ask you, is the sky blue? Well, sometimes when the grass is green and it just never got a straight answer.
And that's always the case with these debates. So, I mean, it would be surprising if they actually did straight up answer the question. And I don't think we got a concrete answer about former President Trump signing a national abortion ban, but he has clearly stated he wants to be left up to the states.
Yes, clearly. All right, coming up at 5:40, we'll talk about when Donald Trump was addressing whether Kamala Harris was black or not. We'll let you decide because I heard it and I went, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. But yes, he did. We'll let you decide. That's coming up at 5:40. Also, coming up, we're going to hear from you, hopefully, on the Talkback feature. What were your thoughts on the debate last night? How did you feel about it? And where were you 23 years ago on September 1st, or September 11, 2001? WOAI News Time, 525.
Deciding whether or not to get workers' compensation insurance shouldn't be one of them. At Texas Mutual, we work hard to make that decision.
Good morning, Frankie. Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Echo. Good morning, Kemper, Travis, Tim. Everybody who's out here are on here right now. Good morning.
Not only do we take care of employees if they get hurt on the job, we also have a fraud-fighting team, safety consultants, and an industry-leading dividend program so you have the opportunity to earn more financial benefits. Plus, if your business qualifies for a Texas Mutual Industry Safety Group, you could be eligible for up to a 12% discount on the already low rates and have the opportunity to earn a second dividend based on your group's performance. Rates have been low for over a decade. Now's the time.
Ah.
At texasmutual.com/dividends are based on performance and not guaranteed and must comply with Texas Department of Insurance regulations. America's climate has never sold $500, and we want our clients, friends, and neighbors.
All right, I'm going to let you listen to Charity. I'll be right back.
5:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, reaction to last night's presidential debate, and today's the 23rd anniversary of 9/11. We'll have details, first traffic, and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday, partly cloudy, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 72. Right now, 76 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump faced off for the first time during ABC's presidential debate, and many are arguing who won. Here's Fox's Aisha Hasni.
The former president actually came out into the spin room, surprisingly, right after the debate. And I asked him multiple times if he would commit to doing a second debate, as Vice President Kamala Harris has called on him to. He did not make that commitment on the spin room floor. The Trump campaign is claiming victory, but some Republican sources complaining that the president took the bait from Kamala Harris way too often. In fact, one operative writes this: the vice president may be nearly a foot shorter than Donald Trump, but she made him look small.
The vice president's campaign wants a second debate, while the former president has said he'd think about it. A trending moment occurred when Trump was asked why he had publicly questioned Harris's dual heritage as a Black and South Asian woman.
Well, I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not Black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was Black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Some viewers said Trump's "she put out" comment was a form of sexual harassment, as the phrase can suggest one is promiscuous. Meantime, Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, praised Trump's record in office while slamming Harris.
Both of them have records. That's what's different about this election, almost any other election in my lifetime. You have two people with a record. Donald Trump is proud of his record. Kamala Harris is running away from her record because her record is higher grocery prices, homes that are unaffordable, a wide open southern border, rising fentanyl deaths.
And last night, pop star Taylor Swift threw her support behind Kamala Harris in a social media post. The Harris campaign has challenged Trump to a second debate. Oil prices in Texas are at their lowest since December. And energy expert Ed Harris from the University of Houston thinks that could affect how some vote in November.
We've studied the price of oil behavior under Republican and Democratic administrations going back 60 years. And under Democratic administrations, the price of oil tends to do better.
Harris says he thinks Republicans in the oil patch will likely vote with their wallet, and that could benefit Democrats. Louisiana is on high alert as Hurricane Francine zeroes in on the state and surrounding areas. Fox weather meteorologist Steve Bender says flooding will be a major problem.
My concern is actually what's going to happen when we focus in on areas like New Orleans. The reason why is maybe it's not to the same intensity, but it's the longevity of multiple high tide cycles that won't allow this to be released. Remember, you do have the mouth of Mississippi River that's trying to release, but that onshore flow may inhibit some of that as well. And something that we'll be watching for, again, not only for Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, also starting to feel those type of impacts.
Francine is expected to make landfall this afternoon. Texas is not expected to see much impact, but outside of Houston, Galveston County issued a voluntary evacuation order for Boulevard Peninsula. Today marks 23 years since the 9/11 terror attacks, and there's a new exhibit at the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in Lower Manhattan that features the health impacts the terror attacks has had and is still having on so many people. The installation, called Dust, Illness, and Advocacy After 9/11, opened a few months ago. It explores the effects the toxic dust has had after it blanketed city streets, homes, businesses, and schools, and showcases equipment worn by recovery workers. Meantime, San Antonio is set to observe 9/11 today with a series of special events.
First responders from across the state and around the country will climb the Tower of the Americas twice, which is actually higher than the World Trade Center towers. That starts at 8 a.m., which is also the start time for Canyon Lake Professional Firefighters' annual Freedom Walk. There's a ceremony at 9 and a walk across Canyon Lake Dam following. St. Mary's University and San Antonio College are also having commemorative events for 9/11 today. Eric Lankum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The Bexar County Commissioners Court is giving its unanimous approval to the budget for fiscal year 2024-25. Commissioners voted Tuesday to adopt the $2.8 billion spending plan, which prioritizes public safety, community policing, infrastructure, and basic city services. For the 30th year in a row, there will be no increase in the property tax rate. The budget adds more than 40 new uniform positions to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office and includes pay raises for most county employees. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. And Nancy is MIA. We'll catch her tomorrow, I guess. Traffic and weather together in just a minute. But first, to check if your money and the world of business, we say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on the morning after the fiery debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out. He'll be back on Monday. Randy Beamer will be in at 6 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on the debate last night, and we're still taking your input on what you thought about last night's debate. And if there was a clear winner in your mind, feel free to let us know. But I think one of the points in the debate last night, which I think a lot of people have just glossed over, is when I believe it was David Muir asked Donald Trump about the him saying he didn't know that Kamala Harris was black. Well, here was his answer to that question.
Well, I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Okay. He just said that he didn't know that he didn't know she was black and that she put out. What does that mean to you?
Well, I'll tell you that I did a double take when I heard it, so much so I had to rewind the video stream just to make sure I understood it correctly. So it definitely made me pause. And it was because he paused when he said that she put out. And I was like, okay, so is he saying that the statement that he read is something that the Harris herself put out there into the public view, or was that a jab and he was just kind of able to slide it in there? I'm not sure.
I was just kind of like you. I double take in my head was like, did he really say that? Did he actually just say what I thought he said? And to me, I thought, well, why?
Yeah. Well, it's like, we know his history. His grab 'em comment that went viral. So we know that he's capable of making a statement like that. As far as whether he really meant what some people thought he meant, as far as a jab at Kamala Harris, I don't think we'll ever get the answer. He's not going to admit it if he intended on insulting her. And again, maybe he didn't. It just maybe came across that way. The delivery, the dramatic pause.
Well, but when he says, okay, we'll listen to it one more time. When he says this right here, wait, hang on.
Well, I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black.
And he says, and I said that?
He said, I'll say that. I'll say that. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like he was listing characteristics of Kamala Harris. It's not a good look. And, I think he may be forced to clarify. And I think it's important that he does, because I'm sure there were some viewers out there, mainly women, who might be very turned off by that statement.
Yes. And look, the abortion ban came up, and, whether he would support a national abortion ban, something he's denied for months. He says he's going to go back to the states when he got rid of Roe versus Wade. It was to go back to the states to have control over their states. So once again, they never really answered the questions, and that drives me nuts.
Yeah, you just kind of have to go into a presidential debate expecting that at this point. They have these pre-rehearsed statements in their mind, mainly so the Harris campaign, probably because she did all that debate prep in Pittsburgh leading up to this. So they have things they want to get out and say, and they manage to find a way to squeeze it in, even if it's not completely on topic.
And I noticed that Harris was, trying to get under his skin several times during debate, including that one time when she was bringing up criticism of his economic plan by his alma mater, the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. You can see that kind of bothered him. And if you looked at the reaction on his face when she was talking, sometimes it was funny, sometimes it was just wow.
Yeah, Trump gave the stoic, kind of glaring facial expressions most times, whereas Kamala Harris had that smirk on her face, almost like a disapproving mother. It's what you expected. I did not hear a cackle. I did not hear the infamous Kamala cackle take place. But it was pretty much what was expected. And both sides, again, are claiming victory. And I think it's going to demand another follow-up debate to kind of settle that argument.
Well, actually, if you look at it, you need to have two more debates to get a clear winner. If both people won this one, then you need to win two more to win, right?
Hey, the more the debates, the better. Hopefully, the American people will be informed about their choice.
I just wonder, will there be another debate? Her camp has said they want one. Have we heard from Donald Trump's camp yet?
They've said they'll think about it. I'm sure he's going to want a Fox News debate. He was not happy, as are a lot of Trump supporters, about the way the moderators handled their lack of fact checking for VP Kamala Harris. So I think Trump is going to want a more friendly audience.
Yeah, and right now
Or
he
just
is,
network in
yeah,
general.
right now he is speaking to Fox and Friends as we speak. We'll try to grab some of that and bring it to you as soon as we can. Coming up, though, we're going to hear from you. Got lots of talkbacks already. What's your thoughts on the debate were last night? Got a few on 9/11. We'll share those with you as well. WOAI News Time, 546. And we're back. Hang on. Yeah, that's fine. Hey. Yeah, Travis, I hope your family will be okay because it looks like it might be a direct hit from them. Good morning, Bob. How are you? So when he says she put out, that means that she posted something online. See, where I grew up at, when you said, she put out, that meant that she was easy. That's the way I understood it. Yeah, I heard it completely different then. I could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. All right. See, I heard it differently, guys. She put out, I don't know. We all heard it differently. That's fine. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together coming up. We're going to hear from you. Got lots of input so far, Charity, but we'll take more. What were your thoughts on the debate last night? And where were you on 9/11? Because there's a report out saying well, some people don't remember where they were. And I think that's just wrong. I think everybody remembers where they were. Charity, what else is going on?
Kamala Harris has already challenged Donald Trump to another debate following last night's ABC News debate. Hurricane Francine is expected to make landfall in Louisiana this afternoon, and people around the globe are remembering the victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks today. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Friday. A few clouds mixed in there in the meantime. Highs today and tomorrow in the mid-90s. Highs on Friday in the upper 90s. It is 75 degrees in Leon Valley, 74 in Floresville, and 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:52. San Antonio's first news. Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell on vacation. Randy Beamer will be in the 6 o'clock hour. We're asking you on the iHeartRadio app, the free iHeartRadio app, I should say, the talkback feature. If you don't have the app, get it. Search 1200 WOAI. When you get there, you see a red circle with a microphone in it. Hit that. You got 30 seconds. We want to know what your reaction to last night's debate was. What were your thoughts on that? And if you want to throw in where you were on 9/11, feel free to do that. Today is the 23rd remembrance of 9/11. Here's our first one from our good buddy Rooster.
Good morning, Tim and Charity. It's Rooster. Hey, I don't really care what most people are thinking after that debate last night. Kamala came out throwing jabs at Trump, and reminding everybody about some of the things he's been going through here lately, making him look like the real bad person. But, at the same time, she presented herself as being that caring, loving person for the American people. But everybody in their right mind knows who's the right person for that job, and that's Trump. Go Trump all the way.
I'm thinking that he's thinking Trump's going to win.
Like I said, this debate didn't change anyone's mind who has already decided on who is their candidate. This was all about those undecided voters, mainly in those battleground states.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how many of those undecided voters actually tuned in last night.
Well, they can't get on social media and not see clips
That's
from
true.
the debate. So sadly, they might make a decision based on like a 30-second clip.
See, yeah, if you're doing your due diligence as a voter and you're undecided, you should get as much information as you possibly can. That's just the way I believe it. All right, here's another one.
Because every time she lied, she had a big smile and did that crazy little laugh. Like it was nothing. Like it was just weird. And as for where I was working. I remember that day because I was so scared. All I kept hearing were planes all over the place in the country. And I didn't know if we were being attacked or not. City went on lockdown here in San Antonio. Everything stopped flying.
Wow. Yeah, it was, I just remember it just being very bizarre. All right, I mentioned that Donald Trump was on Fox. He's on right now, as a matter of fact, on Fox News talking about the debate last night. Here's a little bit about what he had to say just minutes ago.
I think ABC took a big hit last night. I mean, to be honest, they're a news organization. They have to be licensed to do it. They ought to take away their license for the way they did that. Bloodbath was referring to the economy. Everybody loved the term because as soon as they heard the word, it's sort of a vicious word. But referring to the economy, they have created an economy. Bloodbath was the word that I used, and it was fine in that context. And they were trying to make it sound like there was a riot or something, and it was a bloodbath.
Yeah, that's for former President Donald Trump just minutes ago on Fox News. I didn't expect anything different.
No, I think most people got what they were expecting. out of the debate. And, for those who support former President Trump, he expressed concerns about what he was walking into on ABC News. So the expectations were low for the moderators to be fair and balanced. And that's a lot of the feedback I'm at least seeing online, is that David Muir and Lindsey Davis failed to hold VP Kamala Harris accountable for incorrect or false statements she made. But again, they were literally fact-checking former President Trump in real time.
Yes, there's probably a staff of people doing that for him and getting in their ear and telling him exactly that. Now, my question now is, Donald Trump wants a debate on Fox News. Does Kamala Harris's people say, yes, we'll do it on Fox News, or did she say, no, we'll do it someplace else?
I think she will agree to the Fox News debate, but I think she is going to really press hard on certain rules. I don't think she's going to want a live audience because it's Fox News. I think she's going to want the mics open. And they were kind of open last night because I heard her talk over him and say things like, come on, that's not true. So I think she's going to be a real stickler about the rules if she does agree to that Fox News debate.
All right, before we get to the break, we got time for one more. Here's our friend Trucker Dave.
Hey, this is Trucker Dave here in San Antonio. You know what? I think she did receive the questions ahead of time. Her word salads were not there last night. The passage of time actually seemed like she used her time in the passage of time to actually study. She seemed somewhat scripted, and she knew, or more or less tried to have a position. But either way, I think Trump slapped her down.
There you go. As you said earlier, depending on what side, if you're already a decided voter, they weren't going to sway you either way. So interesting. Yeah, I like hearing from the people. Keep them up. Remember, it's on the Talkback feature available on that free iHeartRadio app. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour in just minutes, Randy Beamer, TV legend. So now you can actually look at him in Charity, and I'll just be the chop liver.
No.
Yes, because everybody comes to see Randy. Come on.
This is true.
I find myself staring at him. He's right here in the studio, and I stare at him. All right, WOAI News Time 5:57.
6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, more reaction to last night's presidential debate. And today marks the 23rd anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks. We'll have details, first traffic and the weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday, partly cloudy, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low in the low 70s. Right now, 76 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump faced off in the ABC News debate last night. Harris was critical of Trump's stance on crime, noting his legal troubles.
I think this is so rich. Coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault.
On the issue of abortion, Trump clarified his stance, saying he believes in exceptions, but called Democrat positions on the issue radical.
Her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me.
Harris called that statement a lie and claimed that 20 states have, quote, Trump abortion bans that don't have exceptions for rape or incest. Speaking to Fox's Hannity, J.D. Vance argued that Trump is a stronger candidate than Harris.
It's not just reminding people what she said, it's reminding what Donald Trump did and has plans to do again. We had prosperity, we had peace, we had the American dream that started to feel alive again thanks to Donald Trump's leadership.
And many Republicans watching the debate voiced criticism over the moderators seemingly failing to fact-check statements but made by Kamala Harris. Fox's Griff Jenkins explains.
Many critics would agree with the former president who said it was 3-on-1 when it came to fact-checking bias against Trump. Now, by Fox's tracking, ABC's moderators fact-checked Trump 5 times while not taking Harris on a single time.
The vice president's campaign wants a second debate, while Trump has said he'll think about it. And Taylor Swift has made her decision. Yeah, Taylor Swift is endorsing Kamala Harris for president. In a social media post just minutes after the debate, the singer said she'll be voting for Harris because she fights for the rights and causes she believes in. She signed the post Taylor Swift, childless cat lady, referencing J.D. Vance's recent claims about Democratic women owning cats instead of having children. Today marks 23 years since the worst attack on our nation's homeland, with commemorations in New York City, at the Pentagon, and at Sacred Ground in Pennsylvania. Here's Fox's Jeff Manasso.
The sounds of the Tower of Voices in the rolling hills of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the names of 33 passengers and 7 crew members are enshrined in stone, and where, like Ground Zero in New York and the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia, both President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will also visit Shanksville to honor those 23 years after they became the first to fight back in the war on terror, as they rushed hijackers, giving up their lives to save others, as Flight 93 nosedived at 10:03 a.m. into the ground. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And commemorations are also planned in San Antonio. The 9/11 Memorial Climb attracts first responders from around the state and nation to climb the Tower of the Americas twice to meet and exceed the height of the World Trade Center towers. The climb gets underway at 8 o'clock this morning. Well, the Texas Office of Emergency Management is keeping a close eye on the Texas coast. Michael Board has more.
Francine continues to veer away from Texas, but state leaders are warning those along the coast to not let their guard down. Chief Nim Kidd, who heads the Division of Emergency Management, says you don't have to be in the cone to feel the effects of a storm this size.
No matter where this storm makes landfall, the east part of Texas is susceptible to tornadoes and severe rain.
The biggest fear to East Texas, he says, is the high wind. That will more than likely lead to power outages, he says. Those with family in East Texas are encouraged to keep in touch. Outside of Houston, Galveston County issuing a voluntary evacuation order for the Bolivar Peninsula. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And Francine is set to make landfall in Louisiana as a Category 2 this afternoon around 4 p.m. It is 6:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on the morning after the fiery debate last night between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Randy Beamer has stepped into the studio, and look, the price of real estate in this studio just went up.
Yeah, price of something. That's
He's got his Polar Pop.
No comment.
He's ready. He's ready to go. He watched the debate. He's got all kinds of things to say about the debate, and we'll get right to Randy right after traffic and weather together. Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Friday. You may see a few clouds all 3 days. Highs in the mid-90s today and tomorrow. Upper 90s on Friday. 75 degrees in Von Ormy. 75 at Fort Sam Houston. And 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time. 610. This is San Antonio's First News. I am Mr. T. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Randy Beamer in for Chris Duell, who is on vacation. So first things first, Randy, your thoughts on last night's debate.
Well, I'm not going to say who I thought won or lost. I'm not into that kind of politics.
Okay.
You decide you. Like I tell my kids, you do you. I will say who I think maybe was more effective at different points. And, the moderators will get into what
Of course.
they did. But I thought it was very enlightening. I thought it was about policy as much as a lot of people liked it wasn't, but it was about the people. You got a sense of who Kamala was, of who Trump was. And if you didn't know Kamala Harris before, I think people got a sense of who she was. And I think it was interesting to me. I want to hear how people reacted if they watched it on TV versus if they listened to it on the radio. I thought at a different time, she was smiling more and kind of dismissive on the cutaways while he was talking during the first part. And I don't think that was as effective. I think it came down maybe as a little more condescending. But then when she had a more serious tone later, I think that was more effective for her in the cutaways. For him, I think he was more effective maybe in the first part where he wasn't as demonstrative. Some would say, angry or whatever, heated. So I think there were different parts of the debate where each one was more effective within their style.
Do you think there's such a debate over who actually won, Randy? Just because, man, it was like day and night compared to the debate we saw in July between Trump and Biden.
It was. And I think it's one of those things where it's a cliche, but as you watched it, you were probably reinforced in your views of who you liked, who you didn't, whether you didn't like the media before. It's the Rorschach test. It's whatever you think. They were being mean to him and the questions they weren't. I thought at the beginning that it was going to go well for Trump because David Muir's first question was, are you better off than you were 4 years ago for the economy? Which, couldn't have been a more Trump-focused or Trump-friendly question. I think she handled that okay. You wondered, okay, are they going to come out? And then but then it went back and forth. And it wasn't as specific. I thought she would have gotten into a little bit more specifics in terms of rebutting some of the things that she did. And instead, she stuck to broader themes.
Former President Donald Trump was just on Fox News and was asked about a possibility of another debate. Here it is.
Do another debate. It sounds like you're a no.
Well, I'd be less inclined to because we had a great night. We won the debate. We had a terrible network. I think they were terrible. They should be embarrassed. I mean, they kept correcting me, and what I said was largely right, or I hope it was right. But what they said was absolutely wrong. The other, what she said, and they refused to correct. I even complained a couple of times. Why aren't you correcting them? Look, they should have corrected 6 or 7 times. She told an outright.
Yeah.
That was one of those things where
non-committal.
When the moderators get into that, you open yourself up to all that kind of question. I think in the last debate, one of the criticisms of Biden was that he wasn't able to rebut Trump's statements / lies. And in this one, when Muir and Lindsey Davis started to react with the fact checking, then, if they didn't do it on the other side, they're going to get hammered. The other part of this whole thing was when Trump pushed back against the fact checking, he got more time. And there was a running tally of how much time he got compared to how much time she got. And he was 6 or 7 minutes ahead at one point because he kept coming back and I want more time. And so he did get more time. I think it was in the end 5 minutes plus more than her speaking time. So again, a double-edged sword, but that's one of those things where if you're a Trump fan and they question, they react to him, they should have done it to her. But then, people say, well, she didn't make outlandish claims like he did.
All right, that is Randy Beamer. He will be with us until 9 o'clock. We'll get more of his thoughts on the debate last night. And of course, we're taking your thoughts on the free iHeartRadio app on the Talkback feature. WOAI News Time, 6:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Coming up at 6:40, we're going to go to Philadelphia. Our White House correspondent John Decker was there for the debate last night. We'll get his thoughts. But Charity, what else is going on?
Donald Trump says he's inclined not to accept Kamala Harris's offer of a second debate. First responders from around the state and nation are set to climb the Tower of the Americas in honor of today's 9/11 anniversary. And Texas appears to be largely spared as Hurricane Francine is heading east in the Gulf towards Louisiana. We'll have the very latest coming up right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Friday. A few clouds, but mainly sunny. Highs in the mid-90s today and tomorrow. Upper 90s on Friday. 73 degrees in New Braunfels, 63 in Kerrville, and 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 6:22. Coming up at 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker, who was in Philadelphia for the debate last night, even though he was not allowed in the building during the debate. He was watching it closed circuit. He'll join us coming up at 6:40. And so I was sitting here talking to Randy. He just walked in, and off the air I was talking to him, and there are people on the chat are saying that they've muted our mics. The moderators muted our mics because we're not talking to them during the breaks.
Rebuttal, please. I'd like to have some rebuttal.
And speaking of the moderators and the rules of the debate, they were supposed to mute mics when the other person was talking. Listen to this and tell me if they did their job.
You should ask. Will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her
Why-
that question?
why don't you
That's
answer the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question,
you
would you
could
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month, and probably after birth.
Okay, that was both mics on at the same time. What happened to muting the mic when the other person was talking?
Well, I don't know. I think they said beforehand that they were going to maybe experiment with that or not, or see how it went. But they also didn't mute the mics right away before they asked the question.
Right.
So when somebody was done, say Kamala was done answering the question, they wanted to go to Trump and they wanted to switch topics. Okay, Mr. Trump, now we're going to move on to this. No, and so they had the mic open before that. They really didn't set a strong, hard, fast rule and stick with it, which is what I think they needed to do if they were going to do that, or say, okay, we're going to open it up now. But I am glad personally that there was no audience, because you got so much more information from them. You imagine how after some of the comments on both sides, you know, you would have had the moderator screaming, now let's quiet down in the back. And then 30 seconds later, you get to the next question. And I hope that's the way in the next debate, although Trump, you know, likes to have his supporters in the room. And if that's one of the contentious issues, then I predict we won't see a second debate if he sticks to that. But if she came out right away and said she does want to debate, it's going to be hard for him to say no.
Yeah, and I think considering what the analysts are saying about how close this race was, the debate, well, the race is close too, but the debate itself, there was no clear winner. I mean, it just depends on who you support as a candidate. But for those undecided swing state voters, I mean, that could have maybe swayed them one direction or the other. But I think it demands a follow-up debate considering how close this race remains.
I agree. It does deserve a follow-up debate. We'll get into that coming up. But coming up at 6:40, we're going to check in with our White House correspondent who was in Philadelphia. We'll get his thoughts on the debate. And so we'll have two. We'll have Randy Beamer, who is a legend in TV, with us. And we'll also have John Decker, who is a legend in the White House, TV, radio. We'll have them both together. We'll just be surrounded by legends. I love it.
Geez.
WOEI News Time, 6:25.
Taking over.
That was
for
funny.
the
Come on, man.
Late great Chris
Come on.
Duell.
See, that'll teach Chris Duell to go on vacation.
Really? Is he off this whole week? Or
Yeah. See, he had this planned way before they decided that the debate was going to be on the 10th.
Is he
So,
off somewhere? Or just-
yeah, he's in Oregon. I would love to tell you what he's doing, but people are listening right now, so I can't. He's on the Oregon Trail. Let's just say it that way. He's in Eugene, Oregon, same place they filmed Animal House.
That's where they filmed.
Yeah, the
Animal
University
House?
of Oregon,
I did not
Eugene.
know
Yes.
that.
Yes, I know that because I watched the 25th anniversary of the movie 25 years ago. Yeah.
That's the Oregon Ducks, right?
No, Eugene, Oregon, University of Oregon, Eugene campus is different from the University of Oregon.
What's in Eugene?
It's a smaller version of, it's like UTSA.
Okay.
Oregon,
The
Eugene
main campus
is it in Eugene? No, it's not in Eugene. It's, no, I'm not sure where it is.
I thought the main campus was Eugene. I don't know. I've got a nephew who.
Yes, Rooster, we left out flashback intentionally just in case somebody got in their car and wanted to hear something about the debate, and we were talking about something that happened 30 years ago. That's why. You will not also hear Those Were the Days with Charlie Parker for the same reason. Just letting them in. Just letting them know. Oh, yeah.
I like how I look right now. Much better.
Headless Randy Beamer.
All right,
All right, and hang on, guys. We'll be right back. I'm going to mute our mics. The other thing that I did not like, which is typical with politicians, when asked, okay, how are you going to get rid of the 11 million, possibly more people? How is that going to be done? And he never really answered how he was going to do it, because I'm curious about that. You're talking about logistically a major ordeal. How are you going to do it? Are you going to go to each?
They specifically said, are you going to
Go door to door? Exactly. He would not answer it.
But
good morning, Cindy. Good morning,
that's
everyone.
When the line, the bloody story,
Yes.
could have come up. The bloodbath.
Yes.
I thought that was.
That was a perfect place for it. Yes.
But she was. I mean, there were different times when each was, pretty effective.
Oh, sure. But once again, if you're a decided voter, this did nothing to sway you either way. It's the undecided voters, which I wonder how many of them actually sat down and watched this, or if they're just getting it from, a social media site, getting clips and deciding what they're going to do on that, which I find just scary. Actually,
I think yes, scary, but it's probably the way they're getting it.
well, it's the way most people do it. Not everybody's like that, like us.
It's one of these things where, most people don't, you get a headline.
Yeah.
On social media.
Yeah,
and
you
a lot of
don't
people-
get the whole thing.
Yep. I don't know that it was effective when he was saying, she's a Marxist.
Oh yeah, dude, that was yeah.
Although it was kind of funny when they both said she doesn't have a plan, he doesn't have a plan.
Yeah.
No, I have a plan.
It's kind of like they did it.
Yeah.
He went that way. But it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be
Yeah.
to watch. It was a lot more, like you said, I learned a little bit more about her because I honestly don't know much about her because she hadn't been around.
Well, and also compared to the Trump-Biden debate.
Yeah, that was just god awful.
Didn't learn anything except.
Yeah, we didn't learn anything other than he was as bad as we thought he was. Aisha. Jesus, we gotta get to something. I got a bunch of these things already. Now, have you seen the flags that are out? Trump 2024 or death? Yeah. They sell them right out in Floresville for 181 on Saturdays. Yeah. That's the part that bothers me. Hang on, guys. We'll be right back. Listen to Charity for a second.
Person, the fighter, the debater, they always ask for a rematch.
Meantime, Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, praised Trump's record in office while slamming Harris.
Both of them have records. That's what's different about this election, almost any other election of my lifetime. You have two people with a record. Donald Trump is proud of his record. Kamala Harris is running away from her record because her record is higher grocery prices, homes that are unaffordable, a wide open southern border, rising fentanyl deaths.
And last night, pop star Taylor Swift threw her support behind Kamala Harris. Oil prices in Texas are at their lowest since December. An energy expert Ed Hurst from the University of Houston thinks that could affect how some vote in November.
We studied the price of oil behavior under Republican and Democratic administrations going back 60 years. And under Democratic administrations, the price of oil tends to do better.
Hurst says he thinks Republicans in the oil patch will likely vote with their wallet, and that could benefit Democrats. Louisiana remains on high alert as Hurricane Francine zeroes in on the state and surrounding areas. Fox weather meteorologist Steve Bender says flooding will be a major problem.
My concern is actually what's going to happen when we focus in on areas like New Orleans. The reason why is maybe it's not to the same intensity, but it's the longevity of multiple high tide cycles that won't allow this to be released. Remember, you do have the mouth of Mississippi River that's trying to release, but that onshore flow may inhibit some of that as well. And something that we'll be watching for, again, not only for Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, also starting to feel those type of impacts.
Francine is expected to make landfall this afternoon. Texas is not expected to see much impact, but outside of Houston, Galveston County issued a voluntary evacuation order for Bolivar Peninsula. Today marks 23 years since the 9/11 terror attacks, and there's a new exhibit at the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in Lower Manhattan that features the health impacts the terror attacks has had and is still having on so many people. The installation, called Dust, Illness, and Advocacy After 9/11, opened a few months ago. It explores the effects the toxic dust has had after it blanketed city streets, homes, businesses, and schools, and showcases equipment worn by recovery workers. Well, it's unanimous. Bexar County commissioners have approved their fiscal year budget.
The commissioners say they're prioritizing public safety, community policing, infrastructure, and basic services with their new $2.8 billion spending plan. The new budget adds 40 new uniform positions to the sheriff's office and pay raises for most county employees. What the new budget does not do is increase the property tax rate. That has held steady for over 30 years. There will also be a new tax assessor collector's office. Tens of millions of dollars are set aside for road and flood control projects. Eric Lankum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Texas is one of a handful of states that holds runoffs when a candidate gets less than 50% of the vote. Lieutenant Governor Jan Patrick wants the Senate to move to get rid of runoffs when the legislature meets in January. SMU political scientist Cal Gilson reacts.
He thinks that there ought to be a process of winnowing it down toward ensuring a natural majority support
for a candidate to be elected.
Chilson says runoffs are seen as a vestige of the past. He says Patrick wants the Senate committee to study the issue. Patrick will also ask the Senate to remove non-citizens from voter rolls and prevent them from registering. Texas already has laws to that effect. Well, a single ticket sold in Texas matched all 6 numbers in the $800 million Mega Millions jackpot. Last night's drawing was for an estimated $800 million, or just over $400 million in cash, making it the 7th largest jackpot in the game's history. The winning ticket was sold at the Murphy's Express gas station on Highway 90A in Sugar Land, that's southwest of Houston. It is 6:36. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather. San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Randy Beamer in for Chris Duell. He'll be back on Monday. John Decker, our White House correspondent, was in Philadelphia for the debate between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. He'll join us in a minute, but we're asking you on our Talkback feature what your thoughts were on the debate last night. So we'll hear one before we get to John Decker.
Good morning on this 9/11 Wednesday. As far as the debate, I wish the candidates would just answer the questions directly instead of so much pontificating. And I did feel that the moderators were a bit more biased. 9/11 is such a significant day in our country. It was such a shock and such a grief. We were glued to the news, but it pulled our hearts and minds together as a country, and I miss that.
Yeah, it was definitely a different day in this country, and it changed this world altogether. All right, as we welcome in our White House correspondent, John Decker, who's in Philadelphia. John, your thoughts on last night's debate?
Before I get to the debate, you said it right before you got to me. First and foremost, let's never forget what happened on September the 11th. Such a sad day for our country, but specifically those families, those 3,000 families who lost loved ones on that day. I'll never forget that. It's always a part of me, and certainly a memory I'll never forget being in Washington on that day and at the White House in particular. But as it relates to the debate last night, I'm going to repeat to you what Lindsey Graham, Republican senator from South Carolina, said about the debate before you asked me about my views. He called it a disaster for Donald Trump, and that is one of his strongest allies in the U.S. Senate. I agree with him. I don't think it was a good night for Donald Trump. I thought it was a good night for the vice president, exceeded expectations, and I'm very curious to see what impact, if any, this has in public opinion polls in the days and weeks ahead. If this gives her more momentum, if it doesn't have any impact in the polls, it certainly is not going to have a negative impact on the vice president, because she did have a good night last night.
What do you think, since you think he didn't have a good night, what were his, say, worst moments? Was it bringing up the cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio? Was it her inviting people to the rallies where people are exhausted and bored and leave?
Well, to me, his demeanor changed as the debate wore on. He became agitated, manic at times, in terms of responding to some of the things that were posed of him in terms of questions from the moderators, but also the answers that were given by the vice president. So if, and it's a big if, but if there's another debate, he's got to work on that. He's got to be more disciplined. How many times did you and I talk about prior to the debate what Donald Trump needed to do? And he was given this advice by his allies, by his campaign, which is stick to the issues. Don't go after the vice president in personal terms. And that simple advice was ignored by him throughout the debate. I think that was a big mistake by the former president in terms of reaching out and trying to win over those undecided voters.
John, did you learn anything new about either candidate or find any particular statement the most surprising?
Well, I'll tell you the surprising aspects of this debate last night. It's a great question that you've asked. First of all, I don't know about you, I was surprised right at the start when the vice president walked over to Donald Trump's side of the stage, extended her hand to shake hands with him. That was a surprise. Wasn't expecting that. Joe Biden didn't shake hands with Donald Trump at his debate. The other thing that was a surprise was the fact-checking that was happening in real time by the moderators. We didn't see that happen at the debate in Atlanta. The moderators for last night's debate, David Muir and Lindsey Davis, decided to do just that, and just added a short amount of time to fact-check some of the things that he said, including the thing that you mentioned about this falsehood, this story about immigrants in this country illegally in Springfield, Ohio, eating pets, demonstrably false, and David Muir pointed that out to the former president.
What about wrapping up at the end? They talk about a difference in tone. She talked about and used one of the same lines that he had in his speech at the RNC. I want to be a president for all Americans, and kind of invited the warm, kind of fuzzy feeling toward the end. And then he was on the other end of the spectrum. What do you think of how they wrapped up the whole thing?
Well, I thought, it was an effective manner of speaking for the vice president. Look, this. We spoke about it. June the 27th is a date which changed the trajectory of this race. It was a disaster for Joe Biden. You have to be honest about it. You have to be honest about the way that debate went for the President Biden. In the same sense, I thought last night was not a good night for Donald Trump. And you have to be honest about that as well. I think that's the reason why after the debate, Donald Trump came to the media filing center and tried to, do damage control. The reason why he appeared on Fox News after the debate. He did not do that after the Atlanta debate. I think he recognized, his campaign recognized, that he did not have a good night here in Philadelphia.
And John, after the debate was over, we heard from pop star Taylor Swift, who's endorsed Kamala Harris. Should the Swiftie vote be taken seriously when it comes to the outcome of this election?
Well, I'll put it to you this way. It's a great question. I'll put it to you this way. Would Donald Trump love to have the endorsement of Taylor Swift? Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. She has a following. I see it everywhere I go. I see it in foreign countries. She has a following. And the following is such that they essentially hang on everything that Taylor Swift does and says. We see it at NFL football games with the cutaways of her cheering on her boyfriend for the Kansas City Chiefs. So, yeah, it has an impact. I can't tell you whether it's going to swing the election, but it's another piece of good news that happened yesterday for the vice president.
Do you think we'll see another debate? The Harris campaign has come out and said they would like one.
Yeah,
but are we going to get a debate over the debate and the rules now and what that'll be?
I think if there was another debate, it's a big if, but if there was another debate, the same rules that we saw in debate number 1 and debate number 2 would exist for debate number 3. No studio audience, for instance. And it's just a matter of whether or not Trump and Harris can work out the details for a time and a venue. The time clock is ticking in the sense that you want to get a debate underway soon, certainly before early voting starts in so many states all across the country.
Appreciate it as always. That is our White House correspondent, John Decker. As we roll forward, we're going to hear from you coming up just what your thoughts on the debate were from last night. WOAI News Time, 646.
Forgot. I'm going to need to leave a little early today because we taped that show. Okay. I had completely forgotten, and I thought we usually tape a little later. But we're starting to tape at 9.
Oh, okay. You take off at 8:30?
Yeah.
That's fine.
The problem was,
dude,
that's
fine.
This is a sad problem. We taped the show last week. I got a call later.
They messed it up.
Yeah, the entire audio went hum. And now this is in 3 separate interviews.
Okay, so how do they not hear it when they're doing it?
That's what I don't know. But they said when they played it back, it's like, oh, there's something in the board. It's like, yeah, but how do you not?
Exactly.
That they weren't hearing it until it went. Anyway. So
That's fine. That's fine. I think me and Charity can close out the last half hour.
Well, the one guy they could only get at the same time.
But
I'm sure
Terry's going to be upset because he's coming here today to see you. No, he's coming here because he hasn't been here in a while. You know, his dad died.
I didn't hear.
Yeah. It's been, his dad passed away and wasn't doing well. He'd been sick for a while. So the funeral was, I think, Friday. So we haven't seen him, in person for a while.
What did he die of?
All right, and we're back.
And we're back.
And we're back.
So what did
everybody.
people think of the debate out there now that I'm looking actually at the
Okay, let's see here.
camera and scaring them?
Oh, cool. Thanks. Eric, good to see you. Mag 7189.
Yeah, I think Trump, it just reminded me,
Hey, good morning, Connie. Yep.
his high point was in his speech at the Republican convention.
Yes.
The beginning, and then when he said, I want to be president for all the people. And then when he kind of got pulled away. I wonder what it would have been like because there was no audience. When he did start to meander and go to something else, he did wind up back on top.
Yes.
Last night.
Yes.
And
He probably wouldn't have done that with an audience.
I don't know because because they encourage, they like the
Yeah.
parts of it. He likes to work the room.
Well, that's where he shines.
Yeah.
He shines at that. I mean, that's where he's really good.
They they do that. Oh, we watched the debate with some undecided
Oh, yeah.
voters
Yeah.
on NBC. I think it was. They did that.
Yeah.
And those people aren't undecided voters.
No.
More than
No.
any voters are, but it did say, the the abortion stuff, they did say resonated with the women.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. But, okay. The fact that he brings up that they're executing babies after they're born, come on, man. Yeah, I find that
I
just.
thought she did a good job in terms of handling that in a way that Biden,
Yeah, he did. Hang on one second. And we're back. Good morning, everybody.
Some of the Fox News people, when I was watching that, they were upset that they didn't spend enough time, and I guess it was this morning too, they didn't spend enough time on the economy and immigration.
Right.
Said it was only like a half
Well,
hour out of the whole thing.
And it drives me nuts because this is every politician ever lived cannot answer a question.
Which is what I thought when they first went to her saying, are you
Yeah.
better off? They didn't really follow up
No.
on that.
No. Now, do you think that she got the questions ahead of time? That's what the Trump camp is claiming.
I mean, if she
How do
did-
you not know what the questions are going to be
Exactly.
in a debate when we all know what the questions are going to be in this debate?
Yeah. I mean, would you not expect that? Are you better off 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, in immigration, economy, foreign policy, war in Iraq, the Gaza, what's going on over there, Ukraine war. I mean, all that. You knew it was coming.
It was, yeah. And to say that the questions they've given, I don't know.
It's
They
possible.
did it to,
It's possible.
But did that give you any big?
I don't think so. Hey,
If
stand
you're a
by.
debate prep person,
Stand by. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Coming up, we're going to hear from you. What were your thoughts on last night's debate? We're asking you that on our TalkBack feature available on that free iHeartRadio app. We'll share them with you coming right up. Charity, what else is going on?
The first and possibly only debate between former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris is in the books. Hurricane Francine continues to track towards Louisiana with landfall set for this afternoon. And today we remembered the thousands who lost their lives 23 years ago today. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Friday. You might see a few clouds all 3 days. Highs in the mid 90s today and tomorrow. Upper 90s on Friday. 74 degrees in Floresville, Texas. 75 at the Pearl. And 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:53. San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Randy Beamer in for Chris Duell, who was on vacation. Of course, Randy is part of our Decision 2024 coverage. So anytime there's a big event like a debate, we're going to bring Randy in. But we're asking you on the iHeartRadio app, which is absolutely free. When you get it, search 1200 WOAI. Look for the circle with the red microphone, or the red circle with the microphone in it. Hit it. You got 30 seconds. Let's go to the people. Here is RK.
Yeah, RK here. Look, if the black, brown, tan, chameleon lizard wins, might as well get ready for the Civil War, baby, because it's coming. I was on a ladder putting up some gutters, and the people called me, said, come on down off the ladder and come on in. And then it began. You never forget where you're at.
I guess he was talking about 9/11.
Yeah, that was quite a turn there. From
RK is one of our regulars, and he's got a specific way of doing things. It's a good way to put it, right, Charity?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. Our favorite school teacher in Lytle sent one in for 9/11, but here's his thoughts on the debate.
Hey, you guys, Stephen from Lytle again. I am going to chime in on that stupid debate. Trump should have just stuck with the issues. That whole dog eating, what the heck was that? And then sheeple, come on. The same Democratic Party that left all that stuff in Afghanistan for the terrorists, the same Democratic Party that let all those people in that shouldn't be here, and the same Democratic Party that said Joe Biden was fine for 3 years. Come on.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And here's one more.
Well, good morning, WOAI. Well, to me, the debate was just politics 101. You're not going to get any answers, but it was funny when we decided to fact check a sarcastic comment. I mean, that's something that's so subjective. That'd be like fact checking a comedian. That was not funny. Anyway, y'all have a good day.
So was it just politics 101?
For Trump, it depends on your definition of that. But you never get a straight answer from the candidates. I knew that going in, and it's just always frustrating when you want them to stick specifically to policy and expand on that, so the undecided voters can get more of a sense of their policy positions. But I think Kamala Harris last night had a strategy of trying to bait Trump, and at moments was able to get under his skin.
Especially when talking about his crowd size.
Yes.
He had to get back of that. And there were rebuttals to rebuttals to rebuttals. And that was one where he was particularly heated. And I'm sure his advisors were saying, no, move on. I think the couple of different issues for Kamala Harris were more effective as well, and abortion being one of them, reproductive rights. That was one where she did a much better job than I think Joe Biden could have done, even at his best, in terms of representing what women especially wanted to hear. One of the networks, I think it was NBC, went afterward, and they have these panels of undecided voters, which are usually, it looks like decided anyway, but they said the women specifically that we were watching, they reacted viscerally, emotionally, and sympathetically to her. Another topic that we haven't really got to much was what happened on January 6th, and that whole debate where he was blaming Nancy Pelosi, and they didn't really get onto that. What were you doing during that time? And then he said, well, I wanted to leave peacefully and things like that. That one, I thought there were so many things that you could have followed up on as a questioner. But then at the same time, if you want to get to more than three things, you don't have time to do that, because they could have spent the whole thing on the economy, could have taken up the whole debate.
Right. And I think that's one of those topics where Trump could have easily fallen into a trap if he seemed to be defending the rioters at the Capitol. So that's one of those sticky hot button issues that I think that he runs the risk of turning off some voters, specifically the undecided. I'm interested, Randy, to get your take on a comment that he made specifically when talking about previous comments he's made about Kamala Harris's gender identity. He was questioned about Harris's dual heritage as a Black and South Asian woman, and this was his response.
Well, I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not Black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was Black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Yeah, some viewers took issue with that she put out comment.
Yeah, I didn't get that per se, but I think he kind of had it both ways in terms of the same thing that he said in that interview or forum with the Black journalists. He said, I don't care, but either way, that's okay. Either way she presents herself is okay. So he kind of tried to have that answer both ways, but I think she handled that well. And that was one of those things in the overarching terms that she wanted to, she, I think, made a case for moving on. This isn't the kind of society we want, being divided. But then again, that's one of those things. It's in the eye of the beholder. You saw what you wanted to see.
All right, so we heard from RK, so we'll hear from the other side. Here's barbecue pitmaster Vince.
Hey, what's up, y'all? This is barbecue pitmaster Vince. I think Kamala did a great job. Called Trump out on his, inconsistencies and lies. And let's just say that Kamala aborted a 78-year-old baby. Y'all guys have a good day.
Interesting take. Yeah, like I said, both sides. Hey, we're equal opportunity here. So that was Pitmaster Vince, if anybody wants to look him up. WOAI News Time, it's 7 o'clock, and Charity has all the news.
7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, more reaction to last night's presidential debate. And today is the 23rd anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks. More coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday, partly cloudy, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 72. Right now, 74 degrees. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump faced off in the ABC News presidential debate, and Harris was critical of Trump's stance on crime, noting his legal troubles.
I think this is so rich. Coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault.
On the issue of abortion, Trump clarified his stance, saying he believes in exceptions, but called Democrat positions radical.
Her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me.
Harris called that statement a lie and claimed that 20 states have, quote, Trump abortion bans that don't have exceptions for rape or incest. Speaking to Fox and Friends this morning, Trump reacted to the debate.
It was 3-1. It was a rigged deal, as I assumed it would be, because when you looked at the fact that they were correcting everything and not correcting with her.
The vice president's campaign wants a second debate, while Trump has said he'd think about it.
'Cause baby, now we got bad blood. Hey, now we got draw.
Well, Taylor Swift is endorsing Kamala Harris for president. In a social media post just minutes after the debate ended, the singer said she'll be voting for Harris because she fights for the rights and causes she believes in. She signed the post Taylor Swift, childless cat lady, referencing J.D. Vance's recent claims about Democratic women owning cats instead of having children. Well, today marks the 23rd anniversary of the terror attacks of September 11th of 2001. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
The anniversary of the 9/11 attacks is being marked at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan with a ceremony that includes the reading of the names of the 2,983 people who were killed on that day. 23 years ago, terrorists flew hijacked planes into the Twin World Trade Center towers as first responders rushed in to rescue as many as possible. They'll be honored in the ceremony at the 9/11 Memorial, during which 6 moments of silence are observed, one each for when both World Trade Center towers were struck and fell, as well as the Pentagon attack and the crash of Flight 93 in Pennsylvania. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
And activities are planned in San Antonio today to commemorate 9/11. The 9/11 Memorial Climb attracts first responders from around the state and nation to climb the Tower of the Americas twice to meet and exceed the height of the World Trade Center towers. The climb starts at 8 a.m. The Texas Office of Emergency Management is keeping a close eye on the coast. Michael Board has more.
Francine continues to veer away from Texas, but state leaders are warning those along the coast to not let their guard down. Chief Nim Kidd, who heads the Division of Emergency Management, says you don't have to be in the cone to feel the effects of a storm this size.
No matter where this storm makes landfall, the east part of Texas is susceptible to tornadoes and severe rain.
The biggest fear to East Texas, he says, is the high wind. That will more than likely lead to power outages, he says. Those with family in East Texas are encouraged to keep in touch. Outside of Houston, Galveston County issuing a voluntary evacuation order for the Bolivar Peninsula. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Francine is expected to make landfall late this afternoon as a Category 2 storm. San Antonio police say a teen accused in the shooting death of a Sonic manager in July may be in Austin. Police say 17-year-old Adia Roberson is wanted for the shooting of Daniel Shrewsbury, who died at the scene. Investigators say the shooting resulted when Shrewsbury confronted Roberson and Joshua Joseph for trying to pay for their order with counterfeit money. Joseph was arrested charges last month on a charge of murder. Robertson faces charges of murder and forgery. Well, it's unanimous. Bexar County commissioners have approved their fiscal year 2024-25 budget.
The commissioners say they're prioritizing public safety, community policing, infrastructure, and basic services with their new $2.8 billion spending plan. The new budget adds 40 new uniform positions to the sheriff's office and pay raises for most county employees. What the new budget does not do is increase the property tax rate. That has held steady for over 30 years. There will also be a new tax assessor collector's office. Tens of millions of dollars are set aside for road and flood control projects. Eric Lankum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Randy Beamer is here. He's part of our Decision 2024 coverage. Chris Duell on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. Coming up, we'll check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, get his thoughts on the debate last night. Of course, he's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And Francine barreling towards Louisiana, our national correspondent Rory O'Neill with the latest on that coming up at 7:40. But right after traffic and weather together, wait till you hear this. Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Friday, along with a few clouds all 3 days, but mainly sunny. Highs in the mid-90s today and tomorrow, upper 90s on Friday. 75 degrees in that sleepy little town down around San Antonio, China Grove, and 75 at Randolph Air Force Base. 75 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10. Randy, each and every weekday at this time, Randy, we have a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, where we scan the globe to bring you that constant variety
Scanning
of
the globe.
yes, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, all that. Well, after a debate, we like to do something that's become kind of a staple. The debate in less than 3 minutes. So here it is, last night's debate in less than 3 minutes.
We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in
No, I
2020?
don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. World leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future and the other that is focused on the past and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back.
They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
That is the debate from last night in less than 3 minutes. One of the things that stuck out to me was when she mentioned the unemployment numbers were worse when Trump was president. That is not true.
I think one of the fact checkers said something about true but needs context. There's a lot of things need context or are somewhat false but need context. And I think everything needs context. If you go to the fact checking, you'll find what you want. But that's one where I kind of hope in the next one that they don't have the moderators do the immediate fact checking, that they just let the other person
react
and say, no, that's not true. Because I expected some of that from Kamala Harris right away. And then when David Muir started to do that, you start. And I understand why they did that. They want to be journalists. They want to fact check. But in each and every answer, say you give them 2 minutes, what are you going to do? Fact check if they say 3 things.
Yeah.
One of them that needs context. And then Trump responding to him, and then Kamala responding to Muir's take on Trump. I hope that doesn't happen in the next debate. But then again, you want the facts. It's just it's a slippery slope when you go down that way of having a debate. I've never seen it like that before, and I think that was one of the problems they had. Is trying to get past it, trying to figure out how to do it, because they didn't at the same time. They didn't mute his microphone when they were fact checking.
And they know what topics they're going to touch on. I'm just surprised news networks don't have pre-graphics made about each topic, whether it be inflation or claims of crime soaring under Biden and Harris, immigrants in the country illegally having the highest rate of criminality, as Trump claimed last night. Have these little graphics with the facts pop up at the bottom of the screen so you're not interrupting the debate and the dialogue taking place,
Although
but the viewer can reference that.
The problem with that is sources. Okay, my sources say this, your sources say that.
They have to cite sources and the facts. That would be a big part of
Yes,
it.
because like Trump said, well, I saw it on TV when he was talking about the cats and
You
dogs.
mean on the fake news?
I saw it on TV. And so there's also been fact checking on that this came from a specific website, on September 6th. Then it started this way from, I don't know if it was 4chan or one of those. And then it went to another iteration of it. That's the kind of thing that you could fact check, but you could get bogged down in that as well.
That's true. All right, coming up, Mike Opelka makes his daily visit from the Pure Opelka podcast, brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. WOAI News Time, 7:16. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and we are 43 days away from ApelkaCon. We'll talk to Mike Opelka coming right up. Charity, what else is going on?
The moderators are being called the losers in last night's ABC News debate. Could this election be about the Swiftie vote, with the pop star throwing her support behind Kamala Harris? And a lucky Texan is $800 million richer this morning. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Friday. A few clouds each day, but mainly sunny. Highs in the mid-90s today and tomorrow, upper 90s on Friday. 75 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, 75 in Leon Valley, and 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:20. You hear that music, you know it's time for our daily visit with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. So, Mike, your thoughts, the debate last night. How'd it go in your eyes?
Well, if you watched it, you saw an angry Donald Trump and you wondered if he won or lost. And it seems like the people who watched it thought he lost. If you listened to it, especially the first half hour, Trump kicked some serious butt. But we're a telegenically based society. And so a lot of people will base their opinions of last night on what they saw with his facial expressions, her pantomiming, and her crazy smile. And the big losers, as Charity said earlier, ABC News and the moderators, they did a terrible job, thumb on the scale throughout the entire thing.
What do you think about her reactions throughout the debate? I thought at the beginning she was laughing more, maybe smirking more, but later on she got a little bit more serious in the cutaways when they're doing the side by side, and I thought that was more effective for her than the smiling.
That's really spot on, Randy. And I'm writing off the initial reactions to nerves. I thought she was really tense. If you listen closely to it, you can hear the dryness in her throat. And who wouldn't be nervous about being in a presidential debate for the first time against someone who's done it several times? So I think she settled in, and Donald Trump got a little more irritated throughout as he realized it was 3 against 1.
Mike, can you clear up the Springfield, Ohio pet eating Haitian immigrants claim made by Trump? What was that all about?
Well, this has been going on for a while, Charity, but nobody's covering it. The influx of Haitian immigrants flown in and settled into this little town in Springfield, Ohio, that's now about 30% increase in population of Haitians. And there are credible reports, including calls to police lines, claiming that these people are taking pets, taking ducks and geese from ponds and using them as a food source. So there are credible reports. The mayor of the town is he's a progressive, and he's not going to speak out against this policy of putting these people into his community. So we still don't know, because no journalists are really traveling there to do the coverage. I suspect it'll take a week, and then we'll get some real serious reporting. There are seriously, I guess, validated and confirmed reports of a massive increase of car accidents since the influx of Haitians. And the locals are saying, we can't afford our own car insurance now. So there's a problem in that town. We just need journalism to jump in.
In terms of moving the needle, people say Trump is a known quantity. Whether you like him or not, he's going to get whatever that is, 46% that he has 48. How about Kamala Harris? She introduced herself to a lot of people who didn't know her, or some people who didn't know of her positions or personality. Do you think she did what she needed to do to get some of those people who didn't know her?
Well, based on the overnight real serious polling, not unlike CBS polling or online polling, CNN's online instant polling, based on Trafalgar and some of the other credibles, it looks like nobody changed any giant swath of voters' minds. And I think we went into this with Trump having his people, the Democrats having their people, and there'll be a teeny tiny move based on this debate. What I would like to see is another debate on a neutral turf. I'm not even saying Fox News. I'd just like to see a credible neutral debate. Elon Musk has offered his online portal. You just need moderators who aren't going to be in the tank for one side or the other. So no real change last night, but the prevailing opinion is that Kamala won the debate, but not many votes.
Mike, today marks 23 years since 9/11. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. Your thoughts on today's commemorations and where you were on that day?
Well, I was 1.1 miles away broadcasting on air with a transmitter on top of the World Trade Center tower when it hit, and never will forget it. Lost 3 neighbors and a good friend. And it always feels like yesterday and always will. But here's the strangest part of it. There are people who were inspired to sign up for the military and join law enforcement after that day who have now become eligible to retire from those services. Wow. That's how long ago it's been. Wow. We can't let it be forgotten ever.
There was a story today about how memes have become a thing for young people who don't remember because they either weren't alive or barely were alive at that point. And so it's almost opened up to jokes and humor in some way. Too soon. For some, it's not. What do you make of the generation that's grown up without it?
Well, I think memes are important to getting the word out. I would hope we're not seeing humor related to 9/11. I would hope we're seeing only serious remembrances and trying to spark a little curiosity, a little intellectual curiosity that maybe somebody will do a little homework and understand that this was an attack on our soil against capitalism, against America, and 3,000 people were killed in that attack. And it sparked another war that basically is still continuing today against the people who still want to take us down.
Mike, we will never forget. That is Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka Podcast. You can catch him each and every weekday morning at this time, brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. WOAI News Time, 727. And we're back. All right.
Cowboys going to kill it this year, or what do you think?
See, you ask me now after the first game, I'm going to say, man, that defense looked good. It always looked good. And then boom.
Yeah, I mean, what about that contract?
I just don't like it, man. I would have let him go through this year on that $50 million contract. And then if he wanted to hit free agency next year, depending on what he did this year, then I would say go ahead and hit free agency. I don't like it, but
yeah, I was kind of
surprised, actually.
Although when they asked him before, and he said, well, I think it says a lot whether it's done or not. But still,
I don't think he's worth that. But I don't think anybody's worth that, to be honest with you.
No. If Dan Cook were alive today, hell, I remember him in the 80s talking about, oh, damn it, Chris, these guys getting $1 million.
Oh, I know.
He was right then.
But here's the sad part about this, and the thing that I get reminded about every time somebody signs a contract like this.
We're paying for it.
Yes. Go to the game. $160 to park at Jerry World.
Yeah. $160.
Yeah. $125 for just a regular car, but if you want to park in the real cool places, it could go even higher than that. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when $20 was a lot to park.
Still is.
Yeah, it is for me too, because come on.
Yeah, what's it going to be for the Spurs when they move downtown?
There's not going to be any parking, so it doesn't matter. They can charge whatever they want because there's no parking.
That's the dumbest. I am still.
I know. I don't know, man.
At least my kid's old enough now that we don't. Although we do go to games, I've told them, well, you're going to go to a Cub game.
Sure. See, I went to Cubs games. I went to see the Cubs in Wrigley. Went to Colorado and saw them play the Rockies, and that was just one of the reasons we went to Colorado. But that was the main reason I wanted to go to Colorado, was because I wanted to go see them play the Rockies.
LSU, I want to see them. I'm going to LSU to see with my son UCLA game.
Oh, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, he owes me $5 for the USC game.
That was a good game, though.
I'm not sure if I saw that.
That was a good game. That was Labor Day night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or Sunday night. No, Sunday night. Sunday night of Labor Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have the cable, but
I'm cordless. I have nothing but streaming stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But I have
I didn't have that.
But see, I have Fubo TV.
How do you like that?
I love it. I love it a lot.
I just do Samsung TV, and Amazon Prime.
See, I do Amazon Prime. I've got Netflix. I got HBO Max. I've got Hulu. I've got Paramount. I've got
Netflix.
We got something else too. What's the other one?
In order, which do you like? Which do you watch the most, and what do you like? What would you get rid of if you?
I've had this conversation with my wife. There's nothing I would get rid of, because I actually watch them all for a specific reason.
Right.
There's a show you like, Only Murders in the Building, Hulu. That show is so well done. It's so funny and so good. Yes. Well, Steve Martin and Martin Short can
Right.
sit there and read the phone book and be hilarious.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I guess I have. Do you have Peacock? I have Peacock.
I have Peacock also. Peacock, what did I get Peacock for? No, because when I cut the cord before I got Fubo, I didn't have a DVR. So I don't watch anything live. You know, with network TV, I don't watch anything live. So to watch the things I wanted to watch, I had to have Peacock, Paramount, and Hulu. But on Fubo, I can record stuff.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, up to 1,000 hours, which I told Cindy, I said, man, if I ever go over 1,000 hours, give me some help.
What is? How much is Fubo?
It's depending on which one you get. The one we get, it's like $70, I think.
Yes.
But I was paying like 175 for Dish. So I got rid of Dish. So even with all the streamings that I had, I'm still saving money.
Yeah.
But Dish ticked me off because my wife is a huge Spurs fan. All right. Well, they did what they're doing to the people on DirecTV right now with ESPN. They did with me and Bally Sports. So Cindy couldn't watch her games. So next thing it was, well, screw it. I'm getting out of, Dish. And I didn't have a contract with them. I've been a customer for 20 something years and never had a contract after the first 5.
Well, now they don't have the football.
No.
So that's the only reason. I don't know.
No, but see, I don't need the Sunday ticket. I don't because
you're a Cowboys.
I'm a Cowboys fan, and I don't have time to watch all the games that are available for free. Right. So why would I want that? I don't have that kind of time. I schedule. I watch the Longhorns game pretty much religiously, and I watch Cowboys. And every now and then I watch another game, but hardly ever. I'm more of in college, I'll watch any game that's on, to be honest with you. I like college football, but I am, I'll watch the entire UT game. The other games I'll go back and forth, but, I schedule my day around the Longhorn game.
Did you see the Northern Illinois?
That was awesome.
Who did they play?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, yeah.
That was in South Bend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
And in Northern Illinois, just being from Illinois.
It's a little school,
Yeah.
What's funny is I've got a friend of mine that I've known since high school, is a big Notre Dame guy, man. And he went to the A&M game, went to go see Notre Dame and A&M at opening day up at College Station. Yeah, that's how big of a fan he is. And dude, I called him Monday. Hey, man, are you okay? Do I need to send help over? Screw you, man. So what the hell was that, man?
5 getting hammered.
Oh,
What did they drop to?
I think it went to like either number 15, something like that. Should be out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
My Drake
ridiculous.
University Bulldogs won.
Yeah. Oh, and then we had Coach Traylor on Monday, man. We have him on every Monday. God, he sounded so just down, man. Because they got their butts kicked by Texas State, and now they got to go to Austin. Like, holy crap, man! I'm telling you, they could hang 80 on him, man. I mean, look what they did to Michigan. I mean, they took a good team and just threw them all over the place, man. It was just wow.
There were some blowouts.
Yeah, there was. First part of the year, it's a cupcake season.
I didn't see the game. Was it Monday? The Jets game.
Yeah.
Aaron
you know what?
Rodgers didn't do that well.
I'm not a Aaron Rodgers fan at all, and I don't know if he's going to make it through the whole season. He gets hit one more time, man. That could ruin his career. It could be gone. And the Jets suck.
40?
Yeah, the Jets suck. It was a bad move. That's where quarterbacks go to in their careers. Is to New York. Brett Favre.
I wouldn't want to go to New York just because.
Oh my God. Look what they did to Daniel Jones, man. They're booing him, man. They're booing his family on their way to the car. I mean, it's just bad. But the New York Giants are bad, which does not hurt me at all as a Cowboys fan. I've always thought that way about them.
Like as a Bears fan, the Vikings did well. I'm trying to think of who.
And the Bears got lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, their offense, their defense is the only reason they won that game.
I didn't see it, but I was keeping track of it. Yeah, he didn't look good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Justin Fields did okay on his games. Like,
Yeah. Okay.
He didn't do great.
No. No, but hey,
Yeah, I was going to look at that. See what my son's going through today in Baton Rouge.
They're going to get hit hard, man.
He's probably out of school today because they always cancel school.
Yeah. It's supposed to hit later this afternoon. We're going to find out with our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill, coming right up.
Isn't it Oliver?
Yeah.
Baton Rouge get hit tonight at 8 worse.
They got a bunch of talkbacks. We got to hit some of them. We'll hit some of them coming up after Rory.
Cool.
Yesterday, man, we had, I don't know, probably about 100. I had 50.
Oh, before the debate?
No. Yesterday was Longhorn Tuesday. We give away tickets. And so I said, I came up with this Friday. We have the Red River rivalry. We have the 35, I forget what they call the UTSA and Texas State ones. So what's a good nickname for this rivalry if it ever gets going? And I mean, they just kept coming all morning long.
Which rivalry?
The UT and UTSA.
Oh, I see. That's cool. What were they?
Oh, we had all kinds of. I think the one that won was the Beacon Beef Bowl. We had some funny ones, man. There was clever ones. Sibling rivalry, just because we're that they're the big brother, we're the young ones here. Yeah, it was fun, man.
The skyscrapers up there. I was up there for this.
Oh yeah, there's more than there ever was, wasn't there?
It's just not Austin.
No. Well, it hasn't been Austin since the 80s, man.
But I can't think of, there are 4 or 5 big cranes.
Oh, yeah.
For new.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, every time you go up there, it's just more.
See, I've got my sister-in-law lives in Austin. I've got one niece, her husband, 6 nephews. My sister lives in Round Rock. So I end up in Austin quite a bit, and I can't stand it. Used to love going. Now I can't stand it.
And I wonder about my daughter who's in architecture school.
Hang on one second. San Antonio's First News, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Randy Beamer, who's part of our Decision 2024 coverage, is with us. Chris Duell on vacation. And we'll get back to the debate as soon as we check in on Hurricane, or soon-to-be Hurricane Francine. Rory O'Neill's with us. Rory, what's the latest on Francine?
Yeah, Francine is a hurricane. Officially became one last night.
Okay.
It's now on the border of becoming a Category 2 storm. Now, the center is expected to make landfall in Louisiana this afternoon, but the weather conditions are already starting to deteriorate. Maximum sustained winds right around that 90-mile-per-hour mark. The big concern with this one is storm surge. it's funny. Hurricanes, it's either a rainmaker or the waves or the wind. But in this case, it's the storm surge that seems to have the National Hurricane Center most concerned.
My son is my own correspondent in Baton Rouge. He goes to LSU. So I'm concerned. They always, stop classes for the day when they have something like this. But I can't really tell where the eye is going to hit. Closer to New Orleans, and Baton Rouge is going to get hit almost as hard.
Yeah, it seems that it's going to be closer to New Orleans, but on the plus side, this storm is approaching from the south-southwest, and it's headed to the north-northeast. So it's actually going to hit, when it does come ashore with that storm surge, it's going to hit a lot of marshy, swampy, unpopulated areas. Yes, there are some people there, but it's not the dense area like New Orleans. If it were coming up, say, from the Florida side, we'd be more concerned about this sending a wall of water up the Mississippi, and that doesn't seem to be what's going to happen here. Still, the local emergency managers have issued evacuation orders for many coastal residents who are obviously being urged to find higher ground. This is not the big one by any stretch, but it certainly can be very dangerous.
And there are some voluntary evacuations in Galveston County, Texas, Rory. But for the most part, it's sounding like wind might be our biggest threat for our state.
Yeah, that seems to be. And usually that's precautionary for areas that are particularly low-lying or for people that live in manufactured housing. That's another reason they'll tell them to get out, and they often have to evacuate. So it seems to be just following the standard protocols that are out there. The best advice we can have is if your local emergency manager tells you to seek higher, drier ground, do it. Do it as quickly and safely as possible and follow their instructions. Good thing is, once this does come ashore, it's expected to continue moving faster while it weakens rather quickly. So this is going to be a pretty good rainmaker through Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, but it should not have any devastating impacts.
Before the season, a lot of people had predicted it was going to be one of the worst hurricane seasons in recent years. And people also are concerned that maybe later in the season, like we had last year, we had more late season storms. Is that still a big possibility?
Right. Well, they were expecting, 24 to 30 named storms this year. Every prediction was on the high end of the scale because of these extremely warm water conditions in the Atlantic and in the Gulf of Mexico. But to your point, we haven't really seen a lot of activity. This is This is Francine, right? And, we're expecting, another 20 storms between now and the end of November. Keep in mind, yesterday was the peak day of hurricane season. We've got Francine now and three other systems currently being monitored in the Atlantic.
Appreciate it as always. National correspondent Rory O'Neill. As we roll on, we're going to hear from you on our Talkback feature available on that free iHeartRadio app. Your thoughts on last night's debate. WOAI News Time, 744. And we're back. Yeah, we'll do some talkbacks here and discuss them after we do them, that kind of thing.
What's the ratio
of Trump's to Harris? 98%. I think we've heard from the one Harris listener or Harris supporter. Travis, since I beat them the last 2 years pretty handily, they've decided we're not going to do our college football picks this year. In other words, Charlie's doing his Parker's picks, and we're putting them on the website. But as far as us doing our picks, I seriously, by week 7 last year, they were mathematically eliminated from catching me, so they decided to give up, and then they got together and decided they didn't want to do it this year. So that's it. So 53.5 is the over and under. I would take the over on that. UT by 35. I'd still take UT. I think they're just going to slaughter UTSA. 35, yeah. Started out at 30, depending on who you're looking at. But
I don't know. Notre Dame.
Yeah. Texas. Notre Dame. Two different things. Yeah.
And at Texas.
Yes. Yeah, it's payday for UTSA, though. They get paid to go up there and play. I don't know if it's worth it. Aye. Man, they've been running this story all week about fake watches and fake bags and stuff.
Yeah, that they did that since
Yeah, I know.
Sunday.
Yeah. They started promoting it on Friday, and then they started on Sunday, and they've been running it like every night, man.
You know what's funny on some of the websites, even the local websites, you will see stories that you saw 2 weeks ago.
Oh, my SA.
As a headline.
My SA is the worst. My God.
But if it's getting clicks, you know, up in newsrooms, I don't know, I'm surprised you guys don't have them, but they have boards that show you real time what stories are getting not only the most clicks, but the exact amount of clicks.
Okay, see, but you're under the impression that we actually have a newsroom. We have a room where there's one guy that sits there. Yeah, there's one guy that sits there. So yeah, now back in the day when we had a staff of news people, we do, but they're all not here.
Right.
Our staff is all over the place.
But that also means that you don't have people going, oh, we got that
No,
story.
no.
We need to do another follow-up.
Now we
on
have
that."
a website
Or
called
the minute by-
24/7.
The minute by minutes, for those of you watching at home,
Yes.
explains why you see follow-ups on these stories.
Yes.
And don't see those stories. is
Yeah, our
because-
24/7 news service has a website that kind of does that for us. See you later, Connie. Have a great day. A little bit. Thank you, Emily.
I don't know. Is a design.
It's all about debate. No
Debate.
treble.
debate. The other day I heard one of the local newscasters, by the way, something that was going to make something worse that would exacerbate it.
Yeah.
Instead, they use the word exasperated.
I hate when that happens. See,
debate.
First of all, would you buy a real Rolex and wear it?
No.
Thank you.
And then also, I guess one of the ads for this was all this stuff is so
good that they have to take it apart to see if it's
know.
real. Yeah.
And
See,
I-
it used to be able, you could look at them.
Yeah.
And if the hand moved like that, it was fake. And if it swept, it was real. But they figured that out.
Well, I got to go back to Canal Street and get some more.
That's where I was with Charlie's wife, Eva, when we were there for the 10th anniversary of 9/11. And right outside of our hotel, me and Charlie were standing out there smoking, and there was a guy right next to us, and she bought one. And I was trying to explain to her how you can tell just by looking at the face because she goes, it looks real. And I said, well, unless you look at the hand. She goes, why? And I said, because the hand's moving, like this. If it was real, it would sweep. And she couldn't believe that. And the guy that was selling them did not like me telling her that. He was not very happy with me. Stand by. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Coming up, we're going to hear from you on our Talkback feature, your thoughts on last night's debate. And if you want to talk about where you were 23 years ago, because we are remembering 9/11 today. Charity, what else is going on?
Kamala Harris has already challenged Donald Trump to another debate following last night's ABC News one. Hurricane Francine is expected to make landfall in Louisiana later this afternoon as a Cat 2. And today, people around the globe are remembering the victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today and tomorrow and on Friday. You may see a few clouds all 3 days, but mainly sunny. Highs in the mid-90s today and tomorrow. Upper 90s on Friday. 75 degrees in Castroville, Texas. 75 at the Bun and Barrel and 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:50. San Antonio's First News, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Randy Beamer, who's part of our Decision 2024 coverage, is here. Chris Duell on vacation. So we're asking you on the iHeartRadio app, the Talkback feature, your thoughts on last night's debate. You want to get to the people? Here we go. It's our Pennsylvania truck driver, DJ, checking in.
Well, good morning, guys. This is your Pennsylvania truck driver, DJ. I will have to say it's going to appear that Harris won that debate. Trump went in there very unprepared. He thought he was going to go in there and just wipe the floor with her. He was believing his own rhetoric, that she wasn't very smart. He had a golden opportunity at the very beginning of the debate when they asked her if we're better off today than we were 4 years ago. She didn't answer the question. All he had to say was, I'll answer it for her. No, you're not. He missed that good punch.
Do you think that he was unprepared? That Donald Trump was unprepared?
I think he may have been in terms of who he was up against, because again, it was a complete change up from what he encountered with President Biden. So it's the first time they both have met and been on that debate stage together. So I don't know if he knew exactly what to prepare for.
I think he got into what they would call, what did he call it? Weaving. That
yes.
He starts an answer and then he makes a different answer at a different point and moves around. And so he's not used to doing that with a crowd that encourages him to weave, but then he would get back to it. And I don't know that that was the best preparation for him. Like he said, he could have gone to, he could have gone right back to that question. Are you better off? No, whatever. But he didn't do that as much. He was responding to the last thing that she said generally, and then the last thing that the questioner said. And so it was definitely synapse to synapse going right back to what was the last thing said.
And I actually think he forgot that she was a prosecutor and that she did this for a long time in a courtroom in front of people. So maybe he overlooked that.
And the thing is, a lot of people said that she baited him and that he took the bait. I'm not sure about that. Charity, what do you?
I think she definitely was attempting to bait him with comments about his rallies being boring, claiming people are leaving early due to exhaustion. I think in moments like that, she was definitely trying to get a reaction out of him. I think in moments she was successful. You could tell at times Trump was growing angry, and Kamala Harris herself started off very nervous. I think the first, I would say 5, maybe up to 10 minutes of the debate, she didn't quite find her footing. And you can tell she was nervous, rightfully so. But again, that's what we're talking about this morning, the fact that both sides are claiming victory. And that's why I'm hoping Trump accepts her invitation for another debate. And I'm sure he's going to choose a Republican-friendly news network.
Yeah, most likely. All right, let's go out to Blanco.
Morning, crew. Jerry out in Blanco. First thing I'm going to say is it was definitely a 3-on-1 deal, and Kamala Harris lied many times, but she lied when she said she was at the Capitol on January 6th. She's a liar. She was at the DNC when that stupid bomb was found. Y'all have a great day.
What stupid bomb?
I'm not sure. I'd like not a fact checker, but I think we need a fact finder.
Yeah, I don't remember that. Do you, Charity?
I remember a hint of something about claims that
the night before.
That some people have 2 pipe bombs.
Yeah, the pipe bomb.
Okay. Yeah, but it was the night before, yes.
Okay.
So that's my recollection.
That was the January 6th Capitol riot. I'm thinking of the pipe bombs, I believe.
Well, that's what he was talking about.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure.
See, I didn't think it was that on January 6th, though, was it?
It was the night before. It was January 5th. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's check in with Zeke.
Good morning, guys. Zeke here in San Antonio. Last night's debate, I think that unfortunately President Trump did not articulate his policies well, and instead he came across as a pissed off old man who's here to clean up other people's mess. And it showed. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris, I think she lied probably most of the time and smiled through it. And like Rooster said, came across as the loving, caring one. I hope there's another debate. I really do.
Well, I hope there's another debate as well. Now, do you think that either one of them articulated their policies well?
it's always vague.
Yeah.
And when the moderators at times, tried to get specifics, the national abortion ban comes to mind. Trump refused to say specifically whether or not he would sign a national abortion ban, but then pivoted to, I'm in favor of it being left up to the states.
I am so glad that we got the debate, though, so that we don't, for at least a day, we don't have stories just about the polls.
Yeah, exactly.
And if we could have one of these debates every week, it wouldn't be the horse race, and she's moving up in this, and he's moving up in that.
All right, we have a talkback that has a question specifically for Randy Beamer.
Good morning, team. Mike on the north side here. I've got a question, especially for Beamer this morning. Why does he refer to the vice president as Kamala and the former president as Trump? Why isn't it Harris and Trump? Never understood that.
I think
it says Kamala, her name is Harris. Why do we refer to her by her first name? Can anyone answer that for me? That's it. Thanks.
Her first name is Kamala.
Her first name's Kamala. I think she goes by, or, maybe it's a media thing, but Trump has never gone by Donald.
No.
And it's like I don't go by Randy, I go by Beamer.
Yeah.
And I think Kamala is known as Kamala. I mean, it's a good question.
It is.
It's, I guess I will think about that now, and
you'll be self-conscious about it the rest of the time.
It's not any bias one way or the other. It's just, I think that's how she's become known in the media. And I think that's also how Trump and Republicans refer to her as well. But I don't know.
All right. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, more with Randy Beamer on his thoughts on the debate last night, because he is part of our Decision 2024 coverage. WOAI News Time, 7:57. All right. Hello. Okay. All right,
back in my day, you used to have to refer to everyone
as Mr., Miss,
President
yeah,
this and President that, and Mr. and
and we're back. So, Randy, what'd you do? Austin? You went to that festival thing?
Yes.
How was it?
It was interesting and kind of sad because both sides expect, and there's a lot of politicians.
Sure.
Both sides expect it to be even more gridlocked and partisan than it has ever been. Which the teachers were represented well.
Yeah.
And there were a couple of the conferences I went to, one where there were two Republicans and a Democrat, and one of the Republicans was a nominee for a Republican state-led seat, and he had gotten money, like $375,000 from Tim Dunn.
Wow.
The billionaire, the Texas billionaire.
Yeah.
And they were getting hammered by teachers.
Well, you would think.
And I'm not sure. It's just sad that they're not. They talked about how, some of the senators, there was a different panel, and the senators talked about how it's more collegial and they get along and they know each other and they have to.
Right.
And sometimes they get along and they have people in the House that they know and work with, but that's not as much the case anymore.
Right.
She was in the building that day.
She was.
Harris is one of the two Secret Service protectees who was in the building that day. Pence was the other, blah, 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 blah.
So she was
Because
there.
Pence remained in the Capitol for the duration.
And she
of the
left.
event. Source confirmed she exited the Capitol after a Senate Intelligence Committee briefing that morning.
Okay. Okay.
That she had always been planning to leave the building at that time.
Ah. Jesus, we're never going to get to all these.
So she technically was in the building.
Okay, can't play that one.
Said she watched the mob on the Capitol from a secure location.
He's right about that.
The state and nation to climb the Tower of the Americas twice to meet and exceed the height of the World Trade Center towers. The climb just got underway at 8 a.m. The Texas Office of Emergency Management is keeping a close eye on the coast. Michael Board has more.
Francine continues to veer away from Texas, but state leaders are warning those along the coast to not let their guard down. Chief Nim Kidd, who heads the Division of Emergency Management, says you don't have to be in the cone to feel the effects of a storm this size.
No matter where this storm makes landfall, the east part of Texas is susceptible to tornadoes and severe rain.
The biggest fear to East Texas, he says, is the high wind. That will more than likely lead to power outages, he says. Those with family in East Texas are encouraged to keep in touch. Outside of Houston, Galveston County issuing a voluntary evacuation order for the Bolivar Peninsula. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Francine is set to make landfall in Louisiana as a Category 2 late this afternoon. San Antonio police say a teen accused of the shooting death of the Sonic manager in July may be in Austin. Police say 17-year-old Adia Roberson is wanted for the shooting of Daniel Shrewsbury, who died at the scene. Investigators say the shooting resulted when Shrewsbury confronted Roberson and Joshua Joseph for trying to pay for their order with counterfeit money. Joseph was arrested last month on a charge of murder. Robertson faces charges of murder and forgery. Well, someone near Houston woke up a whole lot richer.
That winning ticket with the numbers 1, 2, 16, 24, and 66 was purchased at a Murphy's USA in Sugar Land, southwest of Houston, and it was good for $800 million, or just over $400 million in cash. It's the 7th highest jackpot in the history of the game. Mega Millions says this is the 15th time since 2003 that someone from Texas has claimed the jackpot. Eric Lankham, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news the day after the first debate, and possibly only debate between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. More reaction from Randy Beamer. He is part of our Decision 2024 coverage right after traffic and weather together. Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Friday. You may see a few clouds, but other than that, lots of sun. Highs in the mid-90s today and tomorrow. Upper 90s on Friday. 75 degrees in Alamo Heights, 75 in Leon Valley, and 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane.
That is former President Donald Trump from the debate last night. Do you think our country has been destroyed, Randy?
I missed that soundbite. I didn't have my audio up.
Here,
True.
one more time.
They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane.
I think hyperbole is a tactic that you could say both sides use to different degrees. But that was one of the things that really stood out. You know, he's got to paint the country as horrible and you're not as well off as you were 4 years ago. And she's got to paint it as it's good, but I want to make a change. And that was, it struck you as the biggest tone difference in the last, how they wrap things up. I want to be president for all the people, she said. And, he said, we're a failing nation, serious decline. We're going to end up in a third world war. And so, wherever you are, it's going to resonate with you. That brings up to me one thing I wanted to point out as a media guy. After the debate, everybody's news media, resorted to their own take on this, and it was very predictable. If you went to this outlet, you got he did great. If you went to this outlet, you said she did great. So I would encourage people to get out of their echo chamber or whatever it is today, especially, and see what the other side says, see what the other reality is now and then, their version of reality. Charity, do you get a wide range of views checking out all the media sources?
Oh, yes. And everyone has their own spin. And we've been saying it all morning long. That's why we hope that Trump agrees to a follow-up debate, because it appears there's no clear winner. Both sides are claiming victory. But as far as Trump claiming that Harris and Biden have destroyed our country, I think he's thinking in terms of the economy, inflation, although that is cooling now. And I think he's thinking border security. He said 21 million people have poured into our country, when I think the actual figure is 8 million encounters with CBP with migrants at the southern border since Biden took office in 2021.
And since you bring that up, when he was asked by David Muir, because he did bring up, the fact that he said that he would round up every illegal and have them deported on, when he first day in office or first week in office.
Then more recently, he used the phrase bloody. It's going to be a
bloodbath.
No, a bloody story.
That's right.
The bloodbath was from months ago.
That's right.
And that's what I thought they would ask him about. How would they do it?
But he never answered that question.
Yeah, he was asked, would they go door to door?
Yeah, would they go door to door? And he never actually answered that question, because I think logistically that's got to be a problem.
And that's one of those things where I think in the past we would have relied on the other candidate to fact check that and or bring that question up again. That's why I think they need another debate. By the way, we did not get to school shootings, guns
at
all.
Yeah.
I know.
So there's so many other issues that I think we need to get to. And that's why I just want more debates.
I would like another debate,
always.
yes.
Absolutely. And I say more than just one more. We have time to squeeze in two more. And both these candidates realize how high stakes these debates are. And we're going to get the latest polling any day now. If either candidate saw a bump or a fall in the polling since this last debate, and that may have a clear indication of which direction this race is heading.
And it's only the polls that matter in those battleground
stage,
states,
yeah.
which I hate that phrase, and I hate not being in one, because then doesn't
Yeah, because
matter.
we're kind of forgotten.
Yes. And they don't spend as much on media.
That's
on
true. They
radio
don't.
and TV
Yes,
here,
they don't.
as Pennsylvania's just swimming in those ads.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, but we're getting the the local, statewide races that are running. We're getting that kind of money.
Yeah, Ted Cruz Senate
Yeah,
seat
there you
is
go.
at risk. They're saying
Yeah.
Colin Allred is really gaining momentum. But then again, they said that about Beto O'Rourke. So
They did. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. All right, coming up, we'll have more with Randy Beamer. First of all, Randy, your show on the record,
Oh,
7
yes.
o'clock on Thursday night.
Shameless plug on the record on KLRN is on every Thursday night at wait, I have to get in my KLRN.
7
book.
o'clock. Yes.
Every night, Thursday night at 7 on KLRN, replayed Saturday at 5:30 p.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. This is KLRN, your or my TV station.
Or anytime at KLRN.org.
Could you also crank the bass the next time we do that?
Yes, definitely. I will have that for you. I don't want you to sound like Tom Brady.
KLRN.
WOAI News Time, 8:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Coming up, we'll hear from Joe Pags at 8:40. And right after that, our White House correspondent John Decker, who was in Philadelphia for the debate, will get his reaction. And coming up next, Randy Beamer, more on the debate last night. Charity, what else is going on?
Donald Trump says he's not inclined to accept Kamala Harris's offer of a second debate. First responders from around the state and nation are climbing the Tower of the Americas to mark 23 years since the 9/11 terror attacks. And Texas appears to be largely spared as Hurricane Francine is heading east in the Gulf towards Louisiana. We'll have the very latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Friday. Maybe you see a few clouds today, tomorrow, and on Friday. Highs today and tomorrow in the mid-90s. Friday, highs in the upper 90s. It is 75 degrees at Fort Sam, Houston. 75 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:20. San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy. Randy Beamer's still here. He just stepped out of the studio for a minute. Hopefully he didn't get lost in the hallways, Charity.
It's quite the big radio ranch we have here. That's easy to do.
It really is easy to get lost in this place. And I work here and I get lost in this place.
Mm-hmm.
All right, before he gets back, we'll check in with the people. They have been leaving talkbacks all morning long. So here is one right now.
Hello, guys. This is Antonio from San Antonio. My take from last night is that they both end up losing. We don't have a clear policy, and it's more like a personal battle in between them. It has to be about the country, and we need to stop blaming each other for whatever had happened in the past. I believe in Trump, but last night it wasn't his best night.
I agree. It wasn't his best night as on the debate stage.
And that's why if he wants to redeem himself, although he may not admit that it wasn't a great night for him, because he is telling media outlets he thought he did fantastic. He thought he won that debate. But because this race is so close and both sides are claiming victory, you need to settle it and have another debate so people can form a better opinion. And it's mainly those swing state undecided voters.
Yes, definitely the swing state undecided voters. And I guess polls will be coming out later today. And I'm with you. If the polls are close, if either one of them gets a bump or takes a hit, then it's definitely time for another debate.
You got to do it because this is going to really from here on out, we're less than 2 months before the election. This is what's going to shape opinions and minds going forward. And, a bad debate could spell the end for one of the candidates.
Amen to that. So, Randy, 23 years ago today, where were you? Because this is the commemorative day, 23rd commemoration of 9/11.
Of course, everybody remembers I was doing after, the night before I'm doing the 10 o'clock news. I'm usually up late. So I was asleep. My son was 5 months old.
Wow.
All about my son. And my wife then came in and said, hey, planes have hit the towers. Boom. We went into work. Probably like you, we were there for 2 or 3 days. We had, Channel 4. The NBC was on nonstop, but we also had a
translator or something like that.
So we were on nonstop on that, telling people what to do locally, what was going on, how they could help. And it was, I miss that we were so united.
Yes.
Then, and you look after, last night and today, and we're parsing the debate, and we are all so divided. And one of those things where, boy, you miss that.
Yeah. And
feeling.
And Randy, you put your news anchor hat on in that moment, it's a breaking news situation. But, as a father of a young child at that time, what goes through your mind and how difficult was it to contain those emotions while reporting on this developing story?
Well, it was, it was tough at times. I think me and especially guys, but me especially working in news, you do compartmentalize things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But at that time, and in the newsrooms, maybe it was here or not, but because of the stress, because you were on all the time, because you didn't know what happened, there were emotions that seeped through, especially off the air. And people were frustrated and upset and, leaning on each other. That was another thing where you were together and whatever you felt, you were leaning on each other. Sometimes people got a little snippy. I remember that. But I made sure that I went to New York shortly after that because I wanted to, A, show my support, B, I wanted to be there and find out what happened, and then went again. It rallied support for New York, gave a lot of visibility to New York. It was amazing what it was like at Ground Zero, so sad. And then I've been there, and I recommend it. You go there to see the 9/11 Museum, which is incredible, and what they have done with that whole area. It's incredible. And right by the old church.
Yes.
And they still have stuff up there. It's just
emotional.
Take
very
your
much
kids
so, yes.
especially, and I don't know if you've been there, Charity, because, they weren't alive then.
Yeah.
My son, 5 months old. My daughter wasn't born yet, one of my daughters. So it's a sad day. It's one we should mark and never forget what happened.
Amen. And I remember being in college part time, and I had a part time job as a waitress, making my way through college. And I remember getting the phone call at the time my boyfriend told me, "Turn on the news. You're not going to believe what you're seeing." And I just remember having difficulty processing and wondering, is this going to happen here? Because we knew it was a series of coordinated attacks, but we didn't know what was going to happen next. And that was the most terrifying, vulnerable feeling I had ever had.
I had the same thoughts, Charity. Could it happen here because of all the military bases and the coordinated attacks? I thought maybe we were the next target because we are Military City, USA. I was here for 3 days, so I remember it like it was yesterday and have been to New York since then, and it's an amazing thing. Randy, enjoyed having you here. I know you got to go do your TV show.
Yes, KLRN, Thursday nights at 7. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Or anytime at klrn.org. WOAI News Time, 8:26.
8:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, former President Trump reacts to last night's ABC News debate, and today marks 23 years since the 9/11 terror attacks. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Wednesday, partly cloudy, a high in the mid-90s. Tonight's low near 72, right now 75 degrees. Former Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump faced off for the first time during last night's ABC presidential debate, and many are arguing who won. Here's Fox's Aisha Hasni.
The former president actually came out into the spin room, surprisingly, right after the debate. And I asked him multiple times if he would commit to doing a second debate, as Vice President Kamala Harris has called on him to. He did not make that commitment on the spin room floor. The Trump campaign is claiming victory, but some Republican sources complaining that the president took the bait from Kamala Harris way too often. In fact, one operative writes this: the vice president may be nearly a foot shorter than Donald Trump, but she made him look small.
Speaking to Fox and Friends this morning, Trump reacted to the debate.
It was 3-1. It was a rigged deal, as I assumed it would be, because when you looked at the fact that they were correcting everything and not correcting with her.
Harris's campaign wants a second debate, while Trump has said he'd think about it. Meantime, last night, pop star Taylor Swift threw her support behind Kamala Harris. Oil prices in Texas are at their lowest since December. An energy expert at HERS from the University of Houston thinks that could affect how some vote in November.
We studied the price of oil behavior under Republican and Democratic administrations going back 60 years. And under Democratic administrations, the price of oil tends to do better.
Herr says he thinks Republicans in the oil patch will likely vote with their wallet, and that could benefit Democrats. Louisiana remains on high alert as Hurricane Francine zeroes in on the state and surrounding areas. Fox weather meteorologist Steve Bender says flooding will be a big concern.
My concern is actually what's going to happen when we focus in on areas like New Orleans. The reason why is maybe it's not to the same intensity, but it's the longevity of multiple high tide cycles that won't allow this to be released. Remember, you do have the mouth of Mississippi River that's trying to release, but that onshore flow may inhibit some of that as well, and something that we'll be watching for, again, not only for Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, also starting to feel those type of impacts.
Francine is expected to make landfall late this afternoon. Texas is not expected to see much impact. The annual name reading of September 11th terror attack victims is taking place in Lower Manhattan.
Gordon M. Amoth Jr.
Edmiro Abad.
Marie Rose Abad.
Andrew Anthony Abate.
Vincent Paul Abate.
Every year, the families who lost loved ones return to that site to mark the moment the attacks happened. President Biden, VP Kamala Harris, and former President Donald Trump are all attending the memorial events in New York. Almost 3,000 people were killed when al-Qaeda hijackers crashed 4 jetliners into the Twin Towers, the Pentagon, and the field in southwest Pennsylvania. And San Antonio is observing 9/11 today with a series of special events.
First responders from across the state and around the country will climb the Tower of the Americas twice, which is actually higher than the World Trade Center towers. That starts at 8 a.m., which is also the start time for Canyon Lake Professional Firefighters' annual Freedom Walk. There's a ceremony at 9 and a walk across Canyon Lake Dam following. St. Mary's University and San Antonio College are also having commemorative events for 9/11 today. Eric Lankum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A single ticket sold in Texas matched all 6 numbers in the $800 million Mega Millions jackpot. Last night's drawing was for an estimated $800 million, or just over $400 million in cash, making it the 7th largest jackpot in the game's history. The winning ticket was sold at a Murphy's Express gas station in Sugar Land, southwest of Houston. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check up your money and the world of business, we welcome in Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T along with Charity McCarty, Chris Duell on vacation. Joe Pags this afternoon from 5 to 8 as we welcome in Joe Pags right now. Joe, I imagine you'll be talking about the debate last night. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Tim. That's right. It could be the only debate we get this season, and I watched the entire thing, did some live video afterwards, and we'll break it down today in my program today at 5 o'clock. Trump versus Harris. How do you think it went? We're going to talk about the moderators, which I thought were biased, and I'll tell you why I thought they were biased. I did think Donald Trump won, but Kamala Harris did better than I thought she would. Plus, we'll have America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani on to talk about 9/11/2001, 23 years later. That and much more at 5 o'clock right here. The Joe Pags Show on News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
See you then, Joe. 5 to 8 every weekday. Joe Pags has his show, and he's always action-packed. Well, we've been asking people all morning long, Charity, what their thoughts were on the debate last night via our TalkBack feature available on that free iHeartRadio app. Let's go out to Dripping Springs.
Dripping Springs. I thought Trump let his ego get in the way. He missed several opportunities when she was talking about her only client being the people. He should have hit her with, if she's so worried about victims, why did she let all the priests accused of being pedophiles in San Francisco go? Because
Yes. So there, come on, people.
This is why we need another debate.
Exactly.
So we can expand on that. And
Exactly.
both candidates will learn from those missed opportunities.
Yeah, it's not often that we hear from a traveling salesman, but here we go.
Hey, traveling salesman here. Good rope-a-dope by Trump. Now let's see if Kamala agrees to the Fox debate with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum doing real-time fact-checking on her. I don't think so. Never forget 9/11. Thanks to all who served. See you.
Interesting if she does agree to a Fox News debate, exactly who the moderators might be.
Yeah, and she knows what she's walking into if she agrees to a Fox News debate, just like what Trump knew he was walking into with the ABC News debate. He knew that it wouldn't be necessarily friendly territory, and I think it's only fair that she goes to the other side and see what she can face and deal with.
All right, so we got 55 days from today, the 2024 election. They can fit 2 more debates in that 55 days if they do it right.
Sure. And considering Kamala issued the challenge for a second debate, I'm hoping Trump responds by the end of the week, really, so we can get this thing on the calendar.
That would be great. Get it on. Yeah, get it done. All right, let's head out to Atkins, Texas.
Good morning, WAI. This is Greg from Atkins, and I wanted to respond about the debate last night. I know everybody's saying that Donald Trump lost that debate, or at least a lot of commentators are. I don't agree with that. I mean, really, Kamala didn't tell anybody who she was. They were all canned responses. It was really more of an act. I mean, that's what she was doing all week, taking acting lessons. So we still don't know anything more about her than we did before. She just put on a show, and I guess you could say her show was better than his. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, both candidates, they have those remarks pre-planned.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of them in the can, and that's why you often don't get direct answers to questions asked, because they want to squeeze in that line that they rehearsed ahead of the debate.
And honestly, both candidates should have known what the topics were going to be, what the questions were going to be, because we knew it was going to be economy, immigration, national security, Israel, and I mean, that's what you were going to get. So you knew the topics coming in.
Yeah, I will say the Springfield, Ohio pet eating Haitian immigrants claim made by Trump threw me off. I didn't
Big
see
time.
that one coming.
Big time. Yeah, I had to scratch my head on that one and think about it and went, no, he didn't just say that, but yeah, he did.
And I have to say, I think that alone generated the most hilarious memes on
Yes.
social media. You have Trump like Superman with like a kitten and then a duck under each arm, saving the day, or on horseback. I mean, it's amazing what people come up with.
Well, Randy showed me one of him on the back of a cat.
Riding a cat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even better. And Elon Musk was right there.
Oh, I know.
He was sharing them too.
Definitely was. All right. Coming up, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute before we turn things over to Glenn Beck at 9 o'clock. And we'll also talk a little 9/11 before we get out of here. WOAI News Time, 8:45. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together coming up with Sean Hannity Morning Minute before we turn things over to Glenn back at 9 o'clock. But 23 years ago today, we will always remember.
I remember it being like a bad dream.
I remember the plane flying over my head.
I remember kind of hiding my eyes and not looking at the television.
I remember the faces of my colleagues as the building swayed so violently after the plane crash.
I remember flyers of all the missing people.
That is an image that's seared in my mind.
I remember seeing people helping one another.
I think it's pulled the community together.
I remember people talking to each other. An unbelievable sense of community.
I remember that as well. I remember just everybody was USA, USA, and the whole country came together. And it didn't last as long as I would hoped it would.
I know, but it was a beautiful feeling
It was.
while it did. And you just hope it doesn't take another tragedy like that to bring our country together. And it's just been a tumultuous year in general with the November election looming.
Amen to that. All right, Charity, what else is going on?
Kamala Harris has already challenged Donald Trump to another debate following last night's ABC News one. Hurricane Francine is expected to make landfall in Louisiana later this afternoon as a Category 2. And today, people around the globe are remembering the victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Friday. A few clouds between today, tomorrow, and on Friday. Highs today and tomorrow in the mid-90s. Highs on Friday in the upper 90s. 75 degrees at the Pearl. 75 in Bandera, or I should say Leon Valley on Bandera Road. And 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52. Hurricane Francine is poised to hit the Louisiana coast later on this afternoon, right, Charity?
Yeah, they're thinking around 4 p.m. Could be later.
Could be earlier also. You never know. You never know.
Mother Nature has her own agenda.
Exactly. Yeah. And they're looking at, I guess, life-threatening storm surge today for Louisiana and the Mississippi coastlines. Storm surge warning is in effect. And look, Category 1, Category 2, it doesn't matter. It's still a hurricane. The winds could be dangerous. The storm surge could be dangerous, not to mention all the rain.
Yeah, they're talking up to 8 inches in some areas. And storm surge is said to be the leading cause of death during hurricanes. So it makes you wonder with those high tide cycles that Francine will produce. I mean, where's all that water going?
Exactly.
That's the big threat.
That is a big, big threat. Keep it right here for all the coverage on that. We will also be talking about the debate pretty much all day long. And Joe Pags this afternoon is going to have on former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, because he was there 23 years ago, big part of 9/11 and all the coverage back then. So he's going to relive that with Rudy Giuliani later on this afternoon. And Charity, you mentioned that you were in college when 9/11 happened 23 years ago. That's just amazing. A college student, they had to just get in your head.
It really did. And I just remember calling family members, specifically my dad, just trying to get a sense, like, are we going to be okay after this? And it makes you feel very vulnerable. We had never seen that kind of attack on American soil in my lifetime. And it was just absolutely terrifying. And we said then, and we say it today, 23 years later, never forget.
Never forget. Never, ever forget. And in Charity, I just remember I was an adult. I was working here when it happened, and it still got in my head so much that it was disturbing for weeks after that.
Yeah. You just wondered how it could possibly happen. And I just remember the confusion about, the time zones, and, there was a mix up on when those planes were going to be hitting the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and that open field in Pennsylvania. But my goodness, and I think of that United Flight 93. I mean, that was essentially our first victory in the war on terrorism, with those heroic passengers that took down those hijackers and sacrificed their lives in the process.
The world changed that day forever, it looks like. It looks like. Remember that all day long. Remember that every day. Never forget. It is time for your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:55.